15 teams, 8 schools, 4 different pools, 40 total games, 2 champions, and 1 guaranteed new champion at the varsity level, as we are almost ready for the 2025 Big Ten Sevens National Championship here at Stinson Rugby Field in South Bend. Charlie Morris alongside my partner Chris Daly. And Chris, we got Indiana versus Iowa first in what should be a fantastic day of rugby bleeding into tomorrow with the playoffs.
Yeah, what a start, Charlie. These are two programs who have had pretty good seasons so far. Iowa 5-3-0 on the year. Indiana 8-6-0, one of the better teams in the Big Ten Conference. Had an $8 million donation come in from none other than Mr. Mark Cuban himself, a Shark Tank legend. It's going to be a great day of rugby, and the weather, too, pristine.
Oh, it doesn't get much better than this in the springtime, that's for sure. It's going to be Iowa starting with the ball quickly. This is your first time watching us this year. We've got a lot of action. 12 games today on this field. There's also a second stream on the channel with games on Ricky Field. This is Stinson Rugby Field. And it's Indiana versus Iowa. All the games you're going to see on this stream are at the varsity level. After this, Purdue against Michigan, Notre Dame against Michigan State, Illinois against Oregon. Those are the 8 teams that comprise the 2 pools at this tournament. It's a round robin today, bleeding into playoffs tomorrow. And the Hoosiers, oh, a good tackle from behind, but now the signal comes in and a quick strike from Indiana to take the lead less than a minute in.
Well, it was a quick speed of play from Indiana to start right off the gates, and it's exactly the start they were looking for. Quick passing. Iowa's defense just not prepared for it. When Indiana's moving the ball like that, it's so hard to contain them. Great job from Indiana to get into the try zone early in this one.
Certainly didn't take long, taking advantage of the knock-on by the Hawkeyes. And long arching conversion kick is not in, so 5-0. Quick start for one of the favorites to win at the varsity level, Indiana. They've always had a strong program and came super close 2 years ago, losing to Penn State last year, a little bit of a bigger loss to the Nittany Lions, who are not here this weekend, one of the notable teams unable to make it for this championship tournament, leaving the door wide open for a team like Indiana to win for the first time since 2022. Penn State won it the last 2 years, so there will be a new champion here this year, and the Hawkeyes looking to make something of that. That offload is knocked down, but it's picked up. Maybe an odd man situation down the left side. Oh, it's knocked free. Great pass. It was backwards enough. And this game is going to be tied. All of a sudden, the Hawkeyes score. And it's 5-5. Almost looked like a forward pass, Chris, but they let it go, and it's going to stand as a try in the first one of the weekend for Iowa.
Nothing called, and Iowa just taking full advantage of Indiana's defensive mishaps, perhaps. Had a lot of haps right there. But Indiana with some nice tackles. Just Iowa seemed to have a man up. Nice overload left side of the pitch. They take full advantage of it.
Renheimer, the senior, with the score, and the conversion's through to give the Hawkeyes the 7-5 lead.
2 guys to look out for today on this Indiana team. Number 15, Luke Peters. Guy has just blistering pace. Remember watching him at Stinson Rugby Field in the fall, one of their best players. And then number 10, the captain on this Indiana team, Tommy Hannon. He is usually the guy who handles their kicking duties as well, but just a very talented, multifaceted player. and he's a guy who can lead the Hoosiers to a conference championship in these next 2 days with his leadership abilities.
Couple nice moves over on the near side before a tackle is made by A.J. Douglas in black, who was one of the players who helped set up that first try for Iowa. Flipped all the way out to the far side. Finally, the ball carrier will go to the ground.
Well, that's what you don't want if you're Indiana. Self-inflicted mistakes. So it was a guy I just mentioned, Luke Peters, with the knock-on, can't retrieve the ball properly. And when you do that inside your own 22-meter line, it leaves you with a lot of worries. Iowa has a great chance now to take advantage of Indiana's inefficiency.
Certainly hasn't been the start the Hoosiers have wanted. They did strike first, but ever since missing their conversion kick, it's been all Iowa. In a game the rankings indicate, Chris, Indiana should have no problem with. Look at that cutback move. Tackled by the jersey. What a play by the Hoosiers to save points for now. Iowa's still cooking. Dangerous play there as the ball carrier almost unable to get down, but manages to do just that. A bulldoze attempt by Henry Schwab, and he's stopped before he can down it, and a turnover forced by the Indiana defense.
One thing to note with this Iowa team, they do have 3 losses on the year, but one of them comes to Iowa Community Central College, the team who won the Fighting Irish Sevens just 2 weeks ago, and they only lost to them 28-21. That was a tightly contested game. This is a team who can compete with anybody, and now it's just about turning those losses into wins, and they have a great chance to do that here against a very potent Indiana team, and we've seen flashes of success so far for the Hoosiers.
7-5 Iowa leads, a minute and a half to go in half number 1. The Hoosiers quickly already into enemy territory, moving left to right in their white and red jerseys. We've seen them wear all black sometimes, but now they're in white and red, out on the wing, trying to stay in touch. One-handed offload, great pass, and it's brought in by Joey Reese off the setup, and he puts Indiana back on top.
That's all Luke Peters right there, number 15 on Indiana. What a pass. He stays in bounds. Great balance, super athletic play, uses his core, and then, of course, finds Reese for the finish.
So with under a minute to go in the half, the Hoosiers back on top. A couple lead changes in this game already. Chris, you don't see that in every game. Sometimes the team scores first and really kind of coasts out and plays the game at their pace, but back and forth early on.
This is going to be an even one, Charlie, and Iowa's a team not many teams in the Big Ten have played in a while, because in the 15s in the fall season, they played in the Heart of America Conference, so weren't in the Big Ten, didn't play a lot of these teams, and now different looks, different matchups. They don't know the players, always creates for a fun battle.
Kick is nearly saved, but it will go into touch on the far side. With just a couple seconds to go, it's going to be last possession of the half. Next dead ball will send us to a quick halftime break. You're going to want to stay where you are, though. The games move quickly, and they move from one to the next. After this, we've got Purdue and Michigan scheduled for 5:20. And all 12 games today on this stream are at the varsity level. The teams are divided into 2 pools. This is the first of Pool A play. There's a nice cut. Ball is rolled. Indiana playing with advantage. Picked up by Michael Johnson. Gives it off. Hannon trying to move ahead. Gives it across. There's a nice tackle made by Renheimer. Iowa defense in pursuit. This Indiana offense so potent when it's at its best.
I was very surprised Iowa just didn't kick it out to end the half after the line out, because now Indiana has the ball. That's what you risk.
That's kicked right along the touchline. It's going to take a right turn and head out of bounds, and that's going to do it for the first half. The Hawkeyes hang tough, but it's a 5-point lead for Indiana going to our first break of the day when we return the final 7 minutes of our first game. Pretty good first half between Indiana and Iowa in pool play. In Pool A at the varsity level, Michigan and Purdue the next game, the other two teams in this pool. It's a round-robin format throughout the day today. Everyone will play everyone else in their pool one time, and standings will be determined. That will lead to tomorrow. Everyone is alive. There's no elimination today, so even one of these teams were to go 0-3 with a very poor points differential, they'd still have a chance when we resume play tomorrow. They would, of course, be the underdog and the 8th seed, but this is just to determine standings and seedings for tomorrow's action, which kicks off at 10 a.m. with the quarterfinals before heading into semifinals and then championship window in the early afternoon. Now Indiana moving right to left, and an arm tackle attempt is shred a couple times by a very aggressive run by Owen Welburn. Welburn gives it off, and a crease in the defense for Cabreros. And Michael Cabreros is going to center it, make a nice move, and down it. Second straight try for Indiana across the two halves, and now it's a 10-point lead.
Yeah, 10-point lead with 6:14 on the clock for all of you back home. And Indiana, who looked like they might lose early in this one, because Indiana comes out hot in the first half, and then Iowa all of a sudden kicks on, and they looked really strong. So even game so far, but Indiana have just taken advantage of their chances, and that has been the difference.
I'm thinking back to the goal line stand by this Hoosiers defense. Without that, this is a much different game, Chris.
Yeah, definitely, and Indiana just appears to be faster, physically faster than this Iowa team. Iowa's going to need to rely on their physicality with these next 5 minutes and 30 seconds now. As it's 17-7, it's a two-possession game.
It's kicked off to the far side, gathered in by the Hawkeyes, but quickly pressed too. But look at the space. And then a tackle from behind by Joey Reese, saving a try. Nearly a break in the defense for Iowa, just what the doctor ordered, but they're going to have to do it the hard way now against this swarming Hoosiers defense. And they force a penalty, and quickly moving are the Hoosiers, trying to catch Iowa not ready. And nearly a broken tackle. Look at Welburn run. Finally taken down. In fact, he loses the ball. Iowa comes up with the ball. Referee's going to stop play, though.
What a job defensively by the captain, Hannon. Smallest guy on the field, or at least one of the smallest guys on the field, and he is not afraid to put a tackle in. And that's what leadership looks like. I mentioned he's the captain. He's the guy who needs to lead the team this weekend. Indiana's got a great shot at it, but they need him to step up, and he's doing that so far in this first game.
Certainly door open for the Hoosiers. And you know, if you were to ask their locker room, they certainly probably tell you their goal for this weekend is to go undefeated. Of course, every team comes into a tournament with that goal, but certainly have a realistic shot to do just that. Starts with his very first game. And nice looking set play. Zach Ellen off a setup from Cabreros. And the fans below us wow in approval. And another try for the Hoosiers.
Well, that's what they do at practice right there. That one comes straight from the practice field, and coach must be happy. Beautiful play design by Indiana, and there's no way Iowa can stop that.
Only tell it was coming once it was too late. And so 24-7, 19 unanswered points for Indiana after that try-line stand in the first half where they were nearly down by 2 scores at one point in this game, if you can believe that. But they've settled in. Give credit to these Hawkeyes team for coming out and starting as well as they did. With a lot of energy, a lot of intensity, but looking like, barring a miracle, not going to be enough in this first round robin game of the day.
My only worry right now with Indiana, Charlie, because so far so good, of course, but is the conversion kicks. They've missed a couple, and Tommy Hannon, there's just one thing he's going to need to work on. I raved about him before, but if there's one critique, it would be about those easy conversion kicks. They need to be made, especially when you play higher level competition as they get later into this tournament.
Yeah, he had one from pretty much right down the middle that he was unable to capitalize on. Indiana defense with a big stop there, forcing the ball into touch. It looked like potentially numbers for the Hawkeyes, but nothing comes of it. Hannon 2 for 4 kicking. Yeah, it is nitpicking, but you never know when the points will matter.
Well, we saw it in the Wheeling versus Iowa Central game just 2 short weeks ago in the championship game. It really came down to Wheeling not taking advantage of a couple of conversion kicks, and the next thing you know, Iowa Central won they won on a buzzer beater, but Wheeling would have won had they made those kicks.
Iowa defense trying to force something. There's a strong tackle. Ball carrier fortunate to hang on to it. IU pinned deep in their own territory temporarily, but there's a nice little run. Up near the 10-meter. Now over towards the near side. We're at 1:20 to play in half number 2. Pretty strong tackle by Kemokai. Now it's a knock on. Turnover forced. Abas Kemokai out of Marion, Iowa, making the play. Number 21 in black. Under a minute to go, though, and his team still trailing by 17. And a scrum coming right below us. It's going to be fed through by Drew Snyder. Whenever we talk to rugby players about 7-on-7 scrums, Chris, it's always like a little bit more unorganized and more scrambly than your traditional 15-on-15 scrum. And you see an example there is easily the Hoosiers take over possession. Just didn't look like Iowa really got set the way they wanted to.
That was really weird. You never see in sevens a scrum being flipped, and we just saw that, but not gone from Indiana, so Iowa gets another chance.
Ellen had the drop. We're 3, 2, 1, and 0 seconds to play in the half. So the next dead ball will end it. Referee checks his watch. So unless Iowa can come up with the rare 17-point try, this game's going to go in favor of the Hoosiers.
If I was a betting man, I would bet against the 17-point comeback right now.
You never know, maybe we have the time completely wrong. Here's Snyder. Skip pass to the far side. Snyder has it back, trying to drive his legs to keep himself in touch. Not releasing called. Indiana takes. And do the formalities, and that will do it. Indiana victorious in our first game of the day. They move to 1-0 in Pool A play by a final score of 24-7. When we come back after the break, we'll get our second Pool A game of the day between the Michigan Wolverines and Purdue Boilermakers. That's coming up in like 30 seconds, so stay with us on the Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel. Just about set for our second game of the day. Michigan in their navy blue. Pretty light navy, I should say. More kind of a mix of navy and royal blue. Some sort of combination in between there. And Purdue Boilermakers in their black and cream-colored uniforms.
See, I would say that's gold. But is cream and gold the same color now?
Certainly a pale gold.
Pale gold. Okay.
I think if you're thinking about a gold medal, you're thinking a little bit of a brighter hue than that.
Yeah, I mean, we're at Notre Dame, so of course we see the shiny gold every day, but I think we're a little spoiled. I would say that's gold for the average person, but of course the Notre Dame gold is far from average.
Yeah, there are different shades of gold, fair enough. But no matter what it is, it's mostly black uniforms for the Boilermakers, who are going to start with the ball. A couple dangerous passes and hot pursuit from the Michigan defense. But a line break right away and a quick strike for Purdue. Look at that breakaway speed for Sean O'Donnell. Every time he visits here, Chris, he shows off.
He is a big-time player, Charlie. The kid from Pennsylvania was a second-team all Big Ten selection in the fall for 15s, and he has not slowed down one bit. In fact, he has only gotten better so far this spring. Purdue has had a very stellar 7 season so far. They're 4-5 on the year, and that is immense improvement from the fall. What a start for O'Donnell.
Yeah, 4-5, just that doesn't take into account the level of competition this Boilermakers team is playing. The Big Ten is some of the best in the area, and they keep it close with everyone. I kind of say that every time they come here, Chris, because it's true. They play up to their competition. They do have a tendency to play down to their competition at times, but right there is O'Donnell just seemingly out of nowhere. That's how it is in the 7s. You just kind of one little mishap by the defense, and someone as talented as Sean O'Donnell is not going to miss an opportunity to run the length of the pitch.
And this is a proper-sized rugby pitch, so it is massive. And I always even see that from the press box, but I had the chance to go down on the pitch before today, and I was like, wow, 7-on-7 on here is absurd. So as soon as one little gap opens, these guys take full advantage of it. They exploit those gaps, and Sean O'Donnell with a great example to open up today.
And he's got another chance. If he can break a hit, hits the spin move. Going to offload it. And bulldozing forward is Luca McAllister. Still on his feet inside the 5. McAllister won't go down. Now he does. Takes about 3 Wolverines to tackle him. Here's O'Donnell. One more pass. Mike Murphy with a couple stiff arms. Murphy dives in for the score. 12-0 Purdue in just 2.5 minutes.
It seems as if Purdue is a little fed up at Michigan. Back in the fall, in the Big Ten tournament, Michigan beat Purdue 41-26. Boilermakers coming out steaming today.
Make it 14-0. With 4 minutes to play in the first half, as O'Donnell knocks the conversion through, and Purdue now 2 for 2 on offense once they touch the ball. No mistakes, knock on wood. Michigan, no answers. They're kicking it away and watching O'Donnell run more than half the length of the pitch, and then getting a kick to them, seeing the ball turned over instantly. And just like that, they trail by 14. Another good kick by O'Donnell. It's picked up by Murphy. His brother Jake Murphy also on the roster. For Mike Murphy, a notable player right now. O'Donnell, couple step backs, maybe a crease. He's going to offload it. There's a good-looking tackle by Maximo Nelson. Forces the ball free, and finally we get to see the Michigan offense. Plockmeyer leaves it behind him. Sam Plockmeyer, number 15. Maybe a mistake saved over on the far side by Shea Loughnane. He's going to kick it ahead and try to catch it himself. Takes a friendly bounce, but a good tackle. And a turnover forced temporarily. Now we get a whistle. Offsides is called.
Michigan needs to find Shea Loughnane. He was first team all Big Ten, so he is, on paper, the best player on this pitch right now, the most experienced player. Played with the New England Free Jacks, an MLR team, in their year 23 system. He is a immensely talented guy, and you could tell he's just got a great control of the ball. They need to find him. They have not. All of a sudden they do, Charlie, and all of a sudden they show some life.
Nearly breaking through off a kick that kind of bounced right into his breadbasket. 2:12 to play in the half. Still 14-0 Purdue leads. There'll be a line out coming for the Wolverines inside the 22, and they execute it well. Extra pass to Reagan Plank. Plank is going to be tackled by his ankles. Leaves it behind him. Ball is being pushed around. Michigan lucky to retain possession. Now they have numbers on the far side. One more pass to the wing, and it's going to be brought in. Maybe. Maybe not.
Don't think he grounded it.
Maybe a forward pass?
Well, the ball never hit the actual turf in the try-zone.
Referee's bringing it back well before that, though. I think they got a forward pass call.
Well, yeah. Seems to be Purdue ball. They're going to have a scrum.
There's the Purdue bench that was clapping. It certainly looked like a break on the far side for Thomas Olavson. But instead, Michigan remains off the board.
14-0 with a minute left, Charlie. This is time for Michigan to provide something as this game, and this half at least, winds to a close.
Plank breaks a couple tackles. We'll go down at about the 10-meter line on the offensive side of midfield, and more space along the left. Luke Zanna knocked down. Look at that bulldoze. Oh, 2 bulldozes. That's going to leave a mark on Luca McAllister, who can't get up. And in the meantime, it's brought in for the try, and a big one for the Wolverines. I believe it's Luke Zanna with just 14 seconds to play in the half. Getting Michigan on the board, and still down behind the play is McAllister.
That's really big for Michigan's morale before the half, just to put some points on the board, show some signs of life, show some signs that you can compete. It's well done from the Wolverines to stick in this one. And there's still a lot of time. 7 minutes left to play as we now have zeros across the board.
Halftime score is going to be 14-7 with both teams' training staffs tending to injuries. We'll get you updated when we come back. Half about underway in a 14-7 contest in pool play, with the Purdue Boilermakers about to kick it away to the Michigan Wolverines. Boilermakers, up 14-7, and we're underway in half number 2. The teams have switched sides, and so Michigan moving right to left with Maximo Nelson, who's wrestled to the ground. Tarek Lewis with a strong tackle, but commits the penalty. In fact, check that, it's Murphy making the hit, and he's unhappy with the penalty call. Ball right by us. Referee giving verbal instructions to the players, trying to keep ball moving, as it's over on the far side, all the way out wide. Thomas Hammond. And we get another whistle. And another penalty against Purdue.
Was a good passage of play from Michigan. A lot of unconventional passes in the first half. I saw some over the heads, kind of frantic passes. So nice to see some crisp offloads to start this second half.
Loughnane, an excellent kick, gets the ball inside the 22, where it'll be a line out coming for the Blue and Maize, who are, I would say, Chris, a sneaky contender to win it all this weekend.
Yeah, they definitely are. It's going to be tough when they go against the best of the best. But Michigan have built a pretty solid program, and they have a couple of star players. And as we saw in the Fighting Irish 7, a star player can win you a tournament.
Now, they certainly aren't the favorites, but they can find a way to get past Indiana. They certainly give themselves a great chance in a league without Ohio State, without Penn State, without Wisconsin this weekend.
You can't forget Notre Dame, though, with both Packard and McKenzie back.
We'll see them in just a bit. They're in Pool B, so Michigan won't have to worry about them until tomorrow at the earliest. And another whistle. For all the good Purdue has done with clean offensive plays, they've really struggled to stay clean on defense, and it's going to be a yellow card coming to Keenan Brunetti, who's going to jog off, and all of a sudden, a lot of nervousness in the Purdue fans.
Rightfully so. That's 2 minutes, and now with 4:30 on the clock, Michigan has a man up. This is now Michigan's time. They need to capitalize here. If Purdue can somehow get out of this situation, if they win the ball back, they can kick it down, and they can just halt this Michigan attack, they will have a shot to see this one out.
So along with the yellow card, there was also a knock-on against Michigan on the play. So Purdue will start with possession if they can execute the scrum, which is a huge break. 4:10 to go in half number 2. Still a 14-7 game. Boilermakers lead. Another whistle. This one's going against the Wolverines. Tap and go for O'Donnell. Couple nice moves to his right. Trying to break through. He's going to offload it. Maybe some numbers. Man down. Pass all the way out near the touchline. Swung back. Dangerous play. And it's taken away by the Wolverines. Whistle's going to stop play. Lochnane's going to get called for the knock-on. I was wondering if that was going to be seen by the referees, and it was. It was a really tough, close play, but they do nab Lochnane for the knock-on.
Purdue gets saved because that was just not a pretty passage of play. A pass where you have no clue what's behind you is not a good pass. At that point, you just get tackled, you let your guys swarm to the ball, and you go from there.
It was Ethan Miller who kind of made a hope pass behind him, kind of in the direction of McAllister. Gets bailed out. Under 3 to play in the half. Purdue still playing with 6. Both teams recently made 2 substitutions. O'Donnell is dragging blue bodies with him right now. Finally goes down. Michigan needs to force a turnover. That might be the one. Kicked forward. Smart play by Reagan Plank. Kicks it again. Trying to get to it himself. He's wrapped up, but he still gets there. And he scores. And it's going to be a penalty try, which means that it's an automatic 7. And so the game is tied with 2 minutes to go.
What a job from Plank. When you're kicking it, the hardest part with a rugby ball is the way it bounces. It's so unpredictable. So to be able just to stop it right there in the try zone when he's already on the ground and he just dives on it. Just a great play all around, great commitment. And Michigan with a well-deserved try.
Didn't even need the penalty try, but he got it anyway. Pounced on it in the try zone for fun. Showing off his tackle breaking abilities. Suddenly, the Boilermakers in trouble, having ceded 14 straight points. Michigan kick goes straight into touch, and Purdue is back at full strength as Brunetti lumbers back onto the pitch. 1:20 to go in the half, in a tie game down to the wire. Long kick ahead, bending left, and will go into touch. Not what the Boilermakers were hoping for. The ball will be brought back to the spot of the kick. Minute to play, still tied. Now, Chris, we're not sure if there is overtime should the game end in a tie, but if I look at the spreadsheet, there's no tie column. There's only win column and loss column, so I would not be surprised if this game were to go to an overtime. That being said, it is round-robin play, so I also wouldn't be surprised to see it not go. We'll have to see what happens. Very much a possibility now with 30 seconds to go.
I now regret not asking Coach Hickey before the day started, but it will be interesting to see.
He is a busy man. We appreciate him for all the things he does to help set up this event, invite the teams, get everyone's roster, get the live stream up. In between games, you'll be able to get a QR code on your screen where you can scan for all the spreadsheets and results that we're using here in the press box. 5 seconds on the clock. Michigan threatening, but the pass misfires. Stays in bounds. No, it doesn't. It goes out according to the line judge, and with 0 seconds on the clock, it's going to be a line out for Purdue. Next score wins.
I would like to see,
if necessary, go ahead,
either of these teams find their star guys. Sean O'Donnell has been fantastic, probably the best individual performance we've seen today. And then Shea Loughnane on Michigan. Can Michigan find him? But
here
O'Donnell's got a shot.
O'Donnell. Nice defense, though. But now a cutback move and a run down the side for Brunetti. Brunetti being chased. He breaks the tackle. Purdue wins it. From the yellow card to the game-winning try, Keenan Brunetti, and Purdue has won 19-14 on a walk-off.
What a game, Charlie. This is what we come to see. Even, a fair, and then I said, find your star. They get Sean O'Donnell. He draws the bait. 2 guys come on him. Totally leaves Brunetti wide open out there on the flank. And Brunetti, he's not the fastest guy in the world, but he breaks away enough. Breaks out a tackle at the end. And what a finish.
Official final score after the missed conversion goes 19-14. Purdue victorious on the last play of the match. We're not even going to step as, oh, we got another kick coming. Both teams still on the field. Thought this game would be over. We're going to keep playing. Still no time on the clock. Michigan has the ball back, though. See what they can do with it. Five-point lead on the scoreboard. Out wide. Space on the far side. Might be a high tackle. Just barely in touch is Michigan. In fact, we have a stoppage of play. Tap and go for the Wolverines. Another whistle. More penalties for this Purdue team. Lumbered ahead by Zana. Zana inside the 5. Still keeping his legs moving. Now into the try zone, and it's tied. Michigan evens the ledger. Wonder, Chris, if our clock was wrong.
I don't think so. I think you would have to, or it might have been.
Because surely a try should constitute a dead ball, but the only explanation I can come up with is that our clock was inaccurate. Conversion sails way off. And there's another whistle from the referee, and we're going to have a conversation, a couple handshakes. I think we're going to end in a 19-19 tie. A lot of confusion. No one really sure what's going on, but either way, it's going to end with Purdue and Michigan deadlocked at 19 apiece. And we'll make sure that our clock is more accurate next time.
We got treated to a great game of rugby right there. Very even all around, and I can see those two teams competing with just about anybody. It might be hard to win, of course, in terms of depth. I think there's a couple of teams, you look at Indiana and Notre Dame being the two who have just more talented players all around, but those teams can compete. That's what they showed to all of us out there, especially great game from Sean O'Donnell. Thought he showed why he is one of the better players in the Big Ten. Great start to the tournament for him.
My apologies to the Purdue fans out there that had thought they'd won the game. They come away with the tie. They earn a valuable point in the standings. And give credit to Michigan for recognizing that there was still time left in the game. And we will stay with you after a little bit of a delay, but we're getting right back to it. Notre Dame on the left, Michigan State on the right. Host Irish wearing the Masters green uniforms today, and it's kicked away, and we are underway for our first Pool B game of the day, and the ball goes into touch along the near side. And so a line out coming. It was Michigan State who let the ball go out of bounds, but it'll be a line out coming anyway. Andrew Packard is going to throw it in for the Irish. Goes short, gets it back, and now we'll take it to the middle of the field. Here's Guinan. Philip Guinan didn't play at all in the fall for Notre Dame, but he's going to be a special player next fall, according to Coach Hickey, and getting our first look at him this spring. Bowman will give it off, juggled but gathered in on a nice play by LaFranchi. LaFranchi off to Matt Williams, who's going to cut it back a couple times. Tackled by his waist, but spins and scores. And a quick strike for the Irish. Matt Williams for 5.
I think the most impressive part about that possession is everybody touched the ball, and there were meaningful touches on that possession. Great start to the game for Justin Hickey's team. That's a dream start for Notre Dame.
Weenan's kick is through. 7-0. Notre Dame leads just about a minute and a half in. We continue to try to get our score bug to work. But in the meantime, we'll continue to keep you updated. 7-0 Notre Dame, 5:22 in half number one. And the Irish will kick it away. Nice kick. Battled for. Finally, the Spartans will bring it in. Briefly.
Yeah, great hang time on that kick to allow the team to travel the 20-some meters they need to go. And this was a game in the fall, Charlie, real quick.
Go ahead.
50-0 Notre Dame. So for Michigan State, it's all about showing that they can at least show signs of competing against a Notre Dame team who are one of the best teams in the whole land right now.
Certainly coming off an excellent fall. And look at this play, a self-pass for Lucas Ring, and Ring is going to kick it forward. He's being pursued by 3 green sweaters, and it's Packard trying to get it. Ring will come up with it between his legs. Counter ruck for the Irish, but it's picked up by the Spartans, and they score going over the top. A nice play. I think it's Robbie Smith, and it is. And a big try for Michigan State, their first points against Notre Dame this year.
I love that. Just kick and chase. Why not? Notre Dame is such a hard team to break through. It's a much bigger team, so just try to beat them with pace. That's exactly what they do.
Conversion kick is good to tie the game from basically no angle. How about that from Ring, who set up the play and finished it?
I've learned the hard way that kicking is hard, and that's a fantastic effort. I have not seen many players complete a conversion kick from that angle here at Stinson this whole year, both in the fall and now in the spring.
Even more impressive when you think about it. Drop kick format. Of course, in the fall, the kicker gets the tee, but in the spring, they got to make it happen themselves. We'll see if Michigan State can gain some momentum from that on the defense, trying to force a turnover in a 7-7 game. High pass, juggled and gathered in nicely by Bowman. He's wrestled down Colt Gray with a strong tackle. Number 2 in white. Michigan State in the white. Notre Dame in the green. Couple passes will get it to Jackson Graham, trying to use his speed, and he does right down the right sideline. Graham centers it and downs it to give Notre Dame the lead on a nice individual run.
The best part about that run is there seems to be a Jackson Graham fan club in attendance today. Got a lot of cheers from the crowd. Always good to see. Whether it's family or friends, Jackson Graham putting on a show for all of his supporters.
They look like just got a lot of space. Michigan State giving him too much along the wing, and Guinan knocks down the conversion to restore a 7-point lead. So we got our score bug back. Thanks to the team behind the scenes for making that happen. We had some technical difficulties leading up to today's action, just some inclement weather and faulty wires, whatever, so have you. Technology never 100% easy.
Yeah, I don't know how they do it back there. It's very impressive, the whole team, to make this all possible. We got the easy job. We just need to talk, but what they do is very impressive. Much more impressive what we're doing. Perhaps slightly less impressive than the athleticism of these athletes, though. What a show.
Much less impressive than what we're seeing out here. Look at that strong hit. Forcing the turnover nearly was Bowman. And now a knock-on is committed, so the aggressive Notre Dame defense forces Michigan State into the mistake. And from about the 22, Notre Dame scrum. The score bug works. We got a camera kind of near us up here in the press box that is laser focused on the big scoreboard visible to all the players, and it takes the data from that camera shot and turns it into what you see on your screen. And when that film isn't exactly laser focused on the scoreboard or what have you, there are issues. And there are no issues with Jackson Graham's second try of the game. Breaks a couple hits, and number 7 is in for another score with under a minute to play.
Graham is your perfect sevens player. He's great in 15s. We saw it in the fall, but he's a very big, muscular guy, so super strong, which is always hard to play against. But then he's also so fast, super lean. Just the perfect sevens player, and what a performance. We thought O'Donnell had the performance of the day, but so far I think it's got to be Graham if he can keep it up in the second half.
A lot of good individual performances so far. O'Donnell was great. Loughnane was pretty solid for Michigan as well. Zana had a try, set up another one to tie it for the Wolverines. Even Iowa was in their game for a bit. Another good kick. Battled for and just dropped by Bowman, but no call yet. Certainly looked like a knock-on.
Very surprised.
The referee's going to let it go. I'm surprised as well.
Thought that is a knock-on every day of the week, but
I'm going to let it go. See if Notre Dame can take advantage. Guinan with the dummy move. And with zeros on the clock, first try of the day for the primary kicker, Philip Guinan. 28 points for Notre Dame if he can knock this through. And he does, and that will send us to halftime. A 21-point lead for the Irish. When we come back, we'll get you the second half between them and the Spartans. Trailing 28-7. We'll kick it away to Notre Dame. Hopefully you got a chance to scan that QR code at the half. That'll take you to the spreadsheet, which my partner Chris Daly and I are using throughout the day to keep track of both results and standings of the games on our field, but also those on the field behind us that has its own separate live stream on the Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel that we are not commentating over. So if you're sick of us and wanting to watch some JV rugby, head on over to our second stream where those games are going on. And just tiptoeing the touchline and staying in bounds is Patrick Jennings. Can he do it again? He's stripped. Ball is almost kicked forward. Finally, we got a stoppage. It's Jennings with a long run, but a good chase down by the Wolverines, who are going to move quickly if the referee lets them. He's going to slow it down. And here comes Michigan State in need of a score quickly if they want a chance in this game. Trying to do it himself straight ahead is Brendan Bowles. Blake Vera jumps on it. Leaves it behind him. Michigan State deep in their own territory after the Jennings run, but good defense to force the takeaway. Ring is going to kick it forward before getting blasted.
Super compact defensively for Notre Dame. Very hard for Michigan to break through. The only way they can is just by kicking it past and then chasing, as they did in the first half. Lucas Ring did so, and then eventually it was Robbie Smith who went in for the try.
Another kick. This one bounces over the head of Graham, who picks it up off the short hop, much to the approval of his aforementioned fan section below us. LaFranchi gives it off to Brendan Lucy. Now it's Jennings again. Tackled down on a nice play by Lucas Ring. Guinan towards the middle for Williams, the other one of the try scorers today. One more for Graham, who's got two. Great give and go with Packard. Michigan State defense standing strong and nowhere to go for Packard, brought down in a heap. Jennings gonna cut it back to the middle, trying to break free, but he's brought down by Miles Bell. High pass deflects off Williams' hands. He's gonna have to grab it in the monogram. Credit to the Spartan defense. Notre Dame very content to chew clock, however.
Yeah, doing very well to possess the ball, but they did have space on the left flank. Notre Dame, if they can exploit that area, they should find another try.
Jennings, couple cuts, spun to the ground. Luke Saval on the tackle for the Spartans. Bouncing pass, and the knock-on called as it was in the feet of Williams, and the referee doesn't let that one go. So substitution coming for both teams. Brendan Bulls exits for the Spartans, as does Jackson Graham. The number 7s head off.
They're going to rest
under 4
Graham
to play. Go ahead.
For the rest of the day, and not for the rest of the day, rest of the game, because they need to keep him ready for the rest of the day. Such an important player on the squad. Another guy been impressed with, Charlie, Philip Guinan from Ireland, to come in after not playing in the fall. Just such a great confidence boost to end the first half, to score that try. Really liked what I've seen out of him.
And we mentioned the kicking disparities between Notre Dame and some of these teams. The Irish 4 for 4 on conversions. Just for example, Indiana 2 for 4 with similar looks from similar spots, and Guinan's the one doing the kicking. Notre Dame has the ball back after the takeaway. Here is Guinan assessing. Long pass, and there's a nice move. Connor Mulligan stays on his feet, and Mulligan uncontested to the try zone. Just into the game, the sophomore split the D and downed it for Notre Dame's 5th try of this game, their first of the second half.
And he split the defense thanks to a dummy. Very clever play. He fakes the pass and then goes. Michigan State with no answer.
28 straight points now for Notre Dame after it was tied 7-7. And really, there's no doubt they have deserved to be in this lead. They've had, what do you say, 85, 90% of ball possession?
I might go 91.
91, what an exact
Let's get specific
number.
here. Now, what a showing from Notre Dame. And as you said, super content to possess, but defensively, they've also been very strong. Not letting any gaps up, very compact. They've had a great game all around.
Good start for one of the teams with a very real chance to win it all in the absence of the Nittany Lions, the Badgers, and the Buckeyes. 3 of the normal top contenders, Penn State especially, who had won the previous 2 years at this tournament here at Stinson Rugby Field. Focusing on 15s play this spring. They got the invitation, but decided to decline it, as did the Buckeyes. And look at that stiff arm and run down the side by Brogan Schlesinger. Nearly into touch. And now the ball carrier does get tackled into touch. And some animosity. Wow. Luke Saval unhappy. He's going to have some words with Notre Dame's Race Bates, who made the tackle.
I think it was actually with Connor Mulligan at
Both
the
of them
end.
there.
Ray's Bates made the initial tackle, and it's a good job by Bates just to totally hold up the play, allowed 2 more Notre Dame defenders, including Mulligan, to come in and make the tackle. And then, yeah, they shared some words. Also Bates as well. So it was Mulligan and Bates, both
I think
of them.
Bates was the peacemaker, though. I think Mulligan and Saval were having the animosity, and Bates was kind of like, all right, guys, we got a 28-point game here. Let's relax. And so we play on with under a minute to go, and Mulligan has the ball, trying to get the edge. And he does get the edge. Saval couldn't make the play. Mulligan still going. There, he finally offloads it. Now Notre Dame will slow it down. It's a dangerous pass and a big hit by the Spartans.
They got Bates wide open on the left.
First, it's Bardsley. Christian Bardsley tries a couple stiff arms. Good work by Blake Vera to stay with him. In the middle, Packard. 3-on-2 Irish, but it's dropped out on the far side. Just into the game, Will Linke couldn't come up with that one. And so with zeros on the clock, Notre Dame turns it over. And last possession coming for the Spartans. Starts with a scrum after this one, which is the first game in round-robin Pool B play. We'll have Oregon, a newcomer, first time they've ever been to Stinson Rugby Field, against Illinois in what could be a great game. We don't know much about the Ducks. We know Illinois, another underrated contender this weekend. Dangerous pass. Forward pass, in fact. Referee will blow his whistle, and that will do it. Notre Dame 35, Michigan State 7. The Irish a statement in their first game on home turf. And they win big against the Spartans to move to 1-0 in Pool B play. The best point differential of any team so far. Coming up next, Illinois and Oregon will step aside for just a couple seconds. Only 2 teams at the varsity. Just about set for our last game before we take a short break. The last 2 teams at the varsity level who have yet to play today. Getting set to go at it. It's the Fighting Illini in very crisp white uniforms. I have never seen them in white. Usually when they visit here, they're in orange. We've got their JV team below us in the stands wearing orange, and the Illini in white. And nearly scoring right away against an Oregon team that, Chris, you like their uniforms the most.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the forest green color. I just like the stripes on it. I don't know what you're seeing with the white and orange. They do look nice, but I'm loving the green. Just reminds me of Oregon, the beautiful nature of Oregon.
Certainly a lot of good-looking kits for all 8 schools here today. Oregon, the only team who didn't also bring a JV competitor. So there's 15 teams in total. 7 at the JV level. And again, if you want to watch those games, they are also streamed on this channel, not this stream, the other live active stream on the Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel. We've got every single varsity matchup at this tournament. Chris and I bringing you those today. Partners Chris Daly, I'm Charlie Morris. If you're just joining us, it's Big Ten Sevens Championship in college rugby. There will be a new champion this year after Penn State went back-to-back the previous 2 years. They are not here. They declined their invitation in favor of 15-on-15 action. So Oregon steps in to take their spot. A couple other key competitors from the fall in Wisconsin, Ohio State, not here either. So only 8 teams in the field.
And I think it also has to do with the Big Ten expanding in every sport, adding a lot of the former Pac-12 teams into their conference. And Oregon on the year 4-0. Only tournament besides this Big Ten tournament was in Idaho, the Thunderdome Sevens, just about a week ago. They went 4-0, beat Montana State, Oregon State, Gonzaga, and Washington State. All games indoor, though, so first outdoor 7 games of the year for the Ducks.
It's a great day for it, which is not usually the case here in South Bend, Indiana. Quite chilly throughout this spring, but it's warmed up at the right time for this event today. And look at this run right up the middle of the field for Cormac O'Flaherty. And no one's going to catch him. The first outdoor try of the spring for the Ducks. O'Flaherty brings it home.
O'Flaherty just finds that little hole, and he's got some nice breakaway speed right there, showing off the wheels.
Sophomore out of Sacramento, California. Everyone on this 7-on-7 roster for Oregon is either from the state or from California, except for number 14 in green, Taishi Konoiki, who's out of Tokyo, Japan. West Coast rugby, Chris, a lot different from Midwest and East Coast.
Yeah, because they also play 15s a lot later in the year typically, so just run on a whole different schedule. Still some very good teams out on the West Coast, but it's always hard to compete when you're playing 2 different schedules. So it's nice for Oregon to be able to come out. I mean, they had to fly here. All the other teams took bus. So respect to Oregon for making the travel, and even though they couldn't, of course, field that B team, just even having an A team out here is very impressive.
Yeah, we assume that they flew. I think that's a pretty safe assumption. If there was a road trip here, that would have been a long one, plus we would have seen the team bus.
I would even respect them more if they had that road trip. That would be something. We were joking around. Maybe a coach was like, hey, you guys find a ride, and I'll meet you out there in South Bend. But I don't think they did that. I'd imagine they flew into Chicago and then somehow got to South Bend from there.
That's the first time they've ever visited Stinson Rugby Field. Notre Dame has only been in the Big Ten for 3 years. This is their 4th year hosting this tournament. And Oregon, of course, with the big conference realignment this past calendar year, and jumped on the opportunity. Kind of crazy. Oregon's in the Big Ten. Sometimes still takes me a little while to process that. Washington, Oregon, Big Ten.
Yeah, it's really strange. I missed a Pac-12 watching those football games late at night. I'm sure you do too, Charlie. That was a big moment in my childhood, but those days are long gone.
You know, I wasn't really a big college football guy until I got into college. I wasn't a college anything guy, really.
Gotcha.
Ever since coming to Notre Dame with so many athletic teams, it's been hard not to get wrapped up in the exciting athletics. Kids my age and younger at this point.
Yeah, that's the scary part for sure. Oregon used to participate in the Northwest Collegiate Rugby Conference. They were champions back in 2021 and 2023. So looking to carry that success now into the Big Ten, arguably even a better conference. Lots of great competition out here today.
Yeah, just to clarify that, Chris is absolutely correct. 2021, they were champions in 15s. 2023, they were champions at 7, so they're good at both. A good program, one of the best in the West Coast of the United States. Now they travel to the Eastern Time Zone here in South Bend.
One of the oldest, too. They were founded in 1961, so they've been around for a hot minute.
Here's the Illinois defense forcing a turnover. That looked like a forward pass, and referee could not be more anxious to blow his whistle. In fact, it was. Would have been home free, perhaps, for the Illini, but unable to connect on the offload. And so the Oregon defense gets the stop, takes over the offense once again. 7-0, they lead with 20 seconds in the first half. And a scrum right in the middle of the pitch as the Illinois JV team, disappointed, starts to head towards the other field to think about their game. And here's a nice offload. It was O'Flaherty setting up the first try, or scoring the first try, excuse me, and now he sets up the second one. And a late strike for the Ducks.
Well done from Oregon to extend their lead right before the half. That's a nice cushion now as you head into this 45-second to 1-minute break, knowing that you have a 2-possession lead. You have a bit more comfort. Can't rest just yet, but
certainly an insurance score for the Ducks, and Cole Rafferty will step aside. It's halftime. Oregon 14, Illinois scoreless. Seven minutes left between a couple nice runs from Cormac O'Flaherty. Try and a setup. Has Oregon ahead by 14 and nearly broke free again.
yeah, you said it, not much flow, but all of a sudden,
Here we go. Look
Oregon
at that. That
finds
was
it.
some beautiful passing. Tic-tac-toe for the Ducks, and now it's a foot race on the far side. And the Ducks are going to win it. Oregon strikes again. They strike at the end of the first half. They strike 28 seconds into the second half. And all of a sudden, what was a close game is a 19-point spread. In the blink of an eye.
Great job from Oregon. 30th on the Rugby Hawk rankings, and they're showing their class. I believe it was Cole Raffert on Oregon with the try.
Now the junior out of California, second try of the day. Conversion's no good, so 19-0.
or Rafferty rather. I forgot to write the Y, so that changes things. But Cole Rafferty with a great try in.
I was more impressed, though, with the setup on that play.
Yeah, as he was getting tackled with the offload for Oregon, and they come in, they look sharp in these jerseys, and now they're playing really sharp too. It's always interesting to evaluate a West Coast team just because they play competition so foreign to these Midwest and East Coast teams where there's a lot of teams in tightly packed areas. West Coast, of course, much more spread out, so it's harder to play. But Oregon's saying, hey, we got the talent. This is a great start to them.
It's really interesting to see how they stack up against teams we're more familiar with, Chris, no doubt about it. One of them being this Illinois team that has had almost zero offensive even chances.
And they showed a lot of great flashes at Fighting Irish Sevens. I thought they were one of the better teams we watched all around.
I'm thinking back to last year in this tournament where Illinois got off to a slow start and then woke up on Sunday and absolutely dominated en route to a 5th place finish, but way better than 6th, let's just say. Certainly wanted to get to a better start today and nearly had a chance. First time we've seen a little bit of creativity from the Illini, but it's gathered in and protected by the Ducks in their own try zone to prevent danger.
I like the effort from Jack Decker, the freshman, number 11, from the Fighting Illini. Was able just to kick it. He was able to retrieve the ball as well, which is a challenge in itself. But again, just no answer from Illinois.
High kick bounces once. Antoine Johnson tips it to a teammate. Now it's backpedaled by Jacob Razzo. Razzo gets it to the middle. Pedro Madero out wide. One more pass to Robbie Rutledge. Rutledge will go to ground with the ball. Madero again and Razzo. Spinning away from a hit. Now the tackle made by Ben Windjam for Oregon. Woodward tries to spin. And a drop by Razzo on a low pass. And bad to worse for Illinois, already trailing 19 with 3:15 to go in the second half. And Oregon will make a couple substitutions. Looks like heading off will be Liam Weir and Ethan Sherman, numbers 10 and 11 in green, and fresh legs for the Ducks. 3 to play. Trying to become the first team to record a perfect defensive day. Whether or not you believe in the announcer's jinx, I won't say it. But for now, they have held Illinois off the board. And O'Flaherty up the middle again, spinning his way down for the score. Carmack O'Flaherty makes offense out of nothing, Chris.
Yeah, great speed off the dead ball. Caught Illinois on their heels. And as you said, he makes something out of nothing. Just a burst of lightning.
I think it was O'Flaherty. It actually might have been Kanoike, and it was number 14, not number 13, on a beautiful play.
Well, they both make something out of nothing now that we have seen him out there.
Compliments to both of them.
Yeah. What a story he is. He's an international student at Oregon, playing on the rugby team. Rugby is actually a very popular sport over in Japan. Both rugby and soccer, 2 sports they have grown to be very successful at in recent years. They have a great youth system in both. And he's a Japanese rugby player now, taking his talents to the States, doing really well here in South Bend.
Minute and a half to go and a 26-point deficit for Illinois, just trying to get on the board. They'll get a chance from midfield. Taishi Konoike out of Tokyo, Japan. A lot of great sports over there. Of course, when you think of Japan, at least for me, the first thing that comes to mind is baseball. But as you mentioned, a lot of other great sports as well.
Yeah, they have a very popular rugby league, actually. A lot of professionals go over there to play. And then for soccer, they've done really well in the World Cup, one sport that they're really trying to promote. But again, both sports, as well as baseball, really popular over there. Don't know how I forgot about that one with Mr. Ohtani on the Dodgers.
The recent winners of the World Baseball Classic, and Illinois looks like they might get on the board. And the try is scored. So with just 32 seconds to go, the Illini will not be shut out today in their first game of action. On a run along the near side.
Charlie, you cursed them. You said.
I didn't say no. No. Absolutely not.
Okay.
I purposely did not say shutout. And now I could say it because it hasn't happened.
Okay.
You can't.
My apologies.
You can't expect me to not make an observation about the game.
No,
There's
of course.
I didn't say the key word. I made the observation.
Okay.
Which
so
is
you
well
didn't,
within my boundaries.
You weren't predicting anything.
It was not a matter of predicting. It was a matter of saying it as it was. If I said Oregon has 26 points right now, that would be correct.
Mm-hmm.
If I had said before that last try, Illinois has 0 points right now, that's the same thing. It's just the number's different.
Well,
there's no special word for 26 points.
As someone who is now 19, an adult, I can admit when I'm wrong. I'm wrong. I apologize. But great game from rugby, or for rugby right now. What a start to the day. I know we're just winding down here. 0's on the clock, but 4 really good games. I've liked what I've seen out of Oregon. Fun team to watch. But the 3 games before this, Notre Dame, dominant, beautiful rugby, super crisp. And then the 2 games before that were really evenly contested, that Purdue one especially.
Yeah, that was certainly the highlight of the day so far, but I'd have to agree. I'm seeing real good things. Indiana, once they got to their game, picked up the win. Notre Dame dominant. Oregon, it's officially final. 26-7, the Ducks win. They come from the West Coast, and they look very sharp in their first game of the day. We have a 10-minute break before we come back for the second of 3 round-robin rounds. And on the flip side, it will be Indiana against Michigan. That's a 6:30 start. Stay with us on the Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel. We're through 1 out of 3 rounds of round robin play at the 2025 Big Ten Sevens Championships here in South Bend, Indiana. at Stinson Rugby Field on the campus of the University of Notre Dame, alongside my partner, Chris Daly. Charlie Morris with you. And Chris, through 4 games, we've seen every team play. What do you think?
I've just been very impressed with the consistent standard of rugby. You're only as good as your weakest link ever, right? When you're watching a tournament or even a team itself, but there's no true weak links here at the Big Ten Championships. It makes for an exciting event. Of course, Indiana and Notre Dame are your front runners, but Oregon showed that they are a really strong side, and then Michigan can always compete. They got Shea Loughnane. They only lost by where they tied, and they barely lost to Purdue. They lost in overtime. So it was a great first round of games.
Yeah, that Michigan-Purdue game, easily the best competition we've seen today. Closest competition, I should say. 19-19 final. I think everyone in the stadium thought that Purdue had won on what would have been a walk-off try, but game clock was different from the referee's watch, which is, of course, more important. And so after Purdue scored to take a 19-14 lead, Michigan got a second breath down on the mat and were able to go the length of the field and score, which is a half length of the field and score, to tie at 19-19. So they come in at 0-0-1. Indiana, after starting slow, did plenty to take down Iowa and move to 1-0 in the first game. And now these two teams matched up in the first game of round 2 action. Line out coming for the Wolverines with a chance to score, and they give it away. And that was the best look early for either team. And it goes to the wayside on the high line out. Indiana from their own try zone is going to have to try to make it happen.
A little surprised they're not opting just to kick it, but credit to Indiana, moving meter by meter here, some slow and steady progress.
And here is the kick. It's going to be hunted down by Hammond. Thomas Hammond for the Wolverines. Going to leave it behind him as he is hassled. And they're getting up and making another tackle is the Hoosier over there, causing havoc to this Michigan offense. We get a whistle. Michigan had been playing with advantage. They'll now get it back in a more favorable spot.
Michigan now 9-7-1 on the season after their loss to Purdue. Meanwhile, Indiana is now 9-6-0 on the year.
Loughnane kicks it into touch, and another golden opportunity for the U of M. I have to say, Chris, Indiana has not looked that sharp today. They were coming in as, certainly I had them circled as a favorite to win, but they didn't look that sharp against Iowa, and they've gone off to a slow start here in this game, although Michigan's lineouts aren't doing them any favors either.
Couple of mistakes for Indiana in the first game, but at the end of the day, the great teams win even when they play bad, and that's exactly what happened. I wouldn't classify that game as bad per se, but definitely not up to the standard that you might expect out of Indiana, as you mentioned, Charlie.
And the 2022 champions in this tournament at this stadium, and then finalists the year after in 2023. Set play from their own try zone, detected well by the Wolverines. An ankle tackle saving a near line break. .2:20 to go in a scoreless first half. See how long before Indiana chooses to try to kick it. Gonna go for the break. And it might just work. But look at that chase down from Hammond. Trying to bring the ball carrier down, and he does with authority. And that took a bite out of Luke Peters, who's going to jog back into position as the ball's on the other side of the field. Michigan's going to get a scrum. Just about 90 seconds to play in half number 1 of our 5th game of the day, the first in the second set of 4 round-robin games. After this one, you'll get to watch Iowa take on Purdue, followed by what is shaping up to be the most important game in Pool B, Notre Dame against Oregon, and then Illinois against Michigan State, both those teams looking to respond after big losses for our next break. So lots of good action to come. Today's games on the channel, all of them are pool play games. Every team plays 3 times, and then standings are determined for the quarterfinals starting at 10 a.m. tomorrow. This excellent tournament split into 2 days, but all the varsity games streamed on Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel, the exact stream you're watching right now. If you're interested in watching JV games, Illinois, Notre Dame, Michigan, Michigan State, Purdue, and 2 teams for Indiana are all on the field behind us. That's not streamed, unfortunately, but those 6 schools also in action, and it is available to watch on this same channel, not this link, different link on this channel if you're interested in the JV action. We'll keep you updated on that. In Pool A, which is 3 teams, Illinois defeated Notre Dame 17-10. Indiana's second team got the bye in the first kind of set. Ohio State was supposed to bring their JV team here, but they dropped out, which is why there's only 3. And Tommy Hannon with the try. I know you like him a lot, Chris, and he's on the board with time expired in the first half.
Great job from Tommy Hannon, and you got to give credit to Parker Wall on Indiana. Defensively, had a huge stop right above the 22-meter line to gain possession for the Hoosiers, and then it's Tommy Hannon who delivers that punch. And after a half in which Michigan not necessarily dominated, but definitely had the better of possession, very impressive for Indiana to come out with a lead now just about at halftime.
Certainly would agree with you. It feels like Michigan deserves better. They'll only enter halftime trailing 5 as the Hoosiers get the play from Wall, and then from Hannon, it's 5-zip after 7. When we return, we'll get you the second half. Indiana 5-0 lead at halftime. They are 1-0 after their victory against Iowa to start today's action, 24-7. They've only allowed 7 points in 3 halves. Michigan's going to have to at least equal that to come away with a victory after a thrilling tie in their first game. And still not sure exactly what happened in that game. We thought Purdue won. They scored what looked like a walk-off, but I think there was an issue with either our clock or even the referee's clock in stadium. And Purdue fans unhappy with that one, but they do avoid a loss and break for Michigan, keeping them alive for first place in this pool, but they're going to have to at least tie this game for that to happen. So we'll see if they can get it going offensively. They force a turnover right away, kicking it deep. So this Michigan team has played very well so far. Really unfortunate for them to be only trailing in this game, where they've had advantage in field position and probably even time of possession all throughout the first half.
Yeah, I think Michigan's key to success in the second half is just limiting the big play. Don't allow the speedsters on Indiana to get the ball and just run 30 meters untouched.
Zana trying to get there, and he does. To tie the game, Luke Zana, the junior. And they take advantage of the turnover. All they had to do was not have a line out.
Exactly. I was very impressed by Zana, too, absorbing the contact for that try because he had the clear opening out wide, but he figured he wants the better shot at a conversion kick, and to do that, he was going to need to embrace that contact. Good job.
Came up a little gimpy, but looks a little fine now after he shakes it off. The kick is low and wide. Stays 5-5. And Michigan right now 24 points for, 24 points against. Playing about as close as possible with all the competition. They will kick it away as they did to start the half, looking to pin Indiana deep. So both teams have tries in this game after capitalizing on their opponent's mistakes in their own side. Lochnane's going to kick it short. Perfectly executed by the Hoosiers up team. See if they can find that big play. Kick from Hannon, and it's a good one. Kicked again, but it takes a Michigan bounce and rolls into touch. It was Peters who had a look and took just one awry bounce and foiled his opportunity.
Well, you could see why they look for Peters. No one can beat him when it comes to a foot race, but unlucky there not to be able to pick that ball up in an unfavorable position. And now a chance for Michigan, just under 4 minutes here, to garner a possession and see if they can work their way down the field.
They finally get the line out right. Let's see if they take advantage of that. Hammond tackled, I believe, by Peters over there on the far side, making it happen on defense. Another big tackle.
Textbook.
Michigan just scrambling to keep possession. They do. In for another hit. This time, Cabreros delivered the goods. .320 to play in a tie game. And the defensive pressure pays off. Indiana tap and go. Moving quick out to the wing. Parker Wall sheds a hit into the try zone for the lead. There's the official signal. The Hoosiers take the lead with 3 minutes to play, 10-5.
Parker Wall is a really tough guy. I recommend anybody watching this right now to go to Indiana's Instagram, and they have a picture of Parker Wall. Just, it looks like he's sweating blood pretty much. His face was just totally cut open. A super cool black and white shot. Recommend you check it out. Just type in Indiana Rugby. But needless to say, guy is a tough dude, and in sevens, he thrives within that 5-meter area. Just an absolute bruiser. No one can tackle him. So when he gets into that isolated situation, it's so hard to take him down. Parker Wall with a nice try.
Yeah, would not recommend that happening to your face, but that's what you have to deal with when you're a top-level collegiate rugby player at times. And Wall, as tough as they come, and gets the go-ahead try. Right now, almost at 2 minutes to play. We're going to get a new ball. No, we're not. We're going to kick that new ball out. Let's play with the old one.
Why not?
Indiana with their time-wasting tactics. Oh, that kick is gathered in by Zana. Looked like a dangerous kick attempt. Michigan in need of another score. Conversion was no good, by the way, so it remains 10-5. So Michigan could theoretically win with a 7-point possession. Of course, Indiana looking to do anything to prevent that, and the referee's going to stop play after the ball hit his foot. He's going to point to his chest, as if to say, my fault. Explains to both teams, and it's going to be Wolverines' ball as we creep ever so close to 60 seconds remaining in this very exciting pool play match.
Well, you can tell Michigan's a really good team, right? 19-19 versus Purdue. And now keeping it close to a great Indiana team that we've raved about so far. But with that being said, they don't have that breakaway speed that takes you to the next level at sevens. And that's what they need in the next 42 seconds.
Ball is free and picked up by the Hoosiers. Forcing the fumble and picking it up. On the far side of the field, 30 seconds to go, and they got a chance to milk this down. Try to come out on top. Decent run, but its tackle is made. Dangerous, but the ball is downed. Tell Michigan tackling with a little extra intensity right now, knowing they need to force a turnover.
Indiana's going to kick it out in about a second if they can.
You can hear fans yelling, kick it out. Michigan tries a counter ruck, gathered by Wall, who's going to kick it into touch. And referee makes it official. The Hoosiers win 10-5, a great game, a low-scoring one, the lowest total score of the day so far, and Indiana does just enough to come out victorious. They are 2-0 and very much atop Pool A. The only team that could theoretically pass them now is Purdue if the Boilermakers win out. Step aside, we come back, we'll see those Boilermakers against Iowa. Stay with us. How about the new fits for Iowa, Chris? Bringing out the all-whites for their second game of the day as they take on Purdue. Iowa coming in at 0-1. Purdue with a tie, 0-1. We're just about set. Referee getting some confirmation over by the dugouts, but look at these white. I am a sucker for white jerseys, I have to say, if you couldn't tell.
I am a sucker for the bold numbers on the back. As an announcer, sometimes it's so hard to decipher these numbers. Teams make it so hard on us up here in the press box. Really appreciate Iowa. Very clear. And yeah, I like it, Charlie. I think it's got a nice flow to it. But you know what? Maybe my goal is to get you an Iowa jersey at the end of it. Or
I'm good without the merch, but I'm going to enjoy it for the next 14 minutes and maybe more. We'll have to see what color they come out with for their third game.
There was a couple of great jerseys back in the Fighting Irish Sevens tournament.
Slippery rock with those green ones.
Remember, there's a blue one. That
The White Castle ones.
The
Do you remember
school
that
is
one?
eluding me, but there was a blue one that was beautiful.
Wisconsin EW Eau Claire or whatever
yeah.
that was. They had nice ones. I know which ones you're talking about though.
Was it Marion?
Might have been.
We're gonna figure this out over the break. Not now because
You're
we got a
gonna
game of
figure this
rugby.
out
I will
over the
figure it out
break.
over the break. But great game ahead of us.
Purdue, again, the only team other than Indiana who has a chance at top spot in Pool A. After the Hoosiers are 2-0. Michigan 0-1-1. Iowa 0-1. Purdue with that tie. Trying to stay unbeaten against the Hawkeyes. Couple nice cutback moves by Stanley. Austin Stanley will throw it behind him between his legs. Heimer gives it off down the wing. Broken tackle and a score for A.J. Douglas. And Douglas gives his teammate a thank you slap, and Iowa strikes first.
Great job from Iowa to switch the play because it feels like just a second ago Austin Stanley had it right by us in the press box. Next thing you know, 5 seconds later, they have it far side of the pitch and easily progress into the try zone. Good work all around from Iowa.
Just their second try of today's action. They put up 7 against Indiana. That try bends way left. That conversion, I should say, way left. So it stays 5-0 with 5 minutes to go. And have to see what Purdue can respond with after being, for all intents and purposes, punched in the mouth early in this game.
Definitely. Iowa is a team where coming into the tournament, weren't expecting too much. Ranked 134th on the Rugby Hawk rankings, which are a great comprehensive list of every single rugby program in the country. But they are a team who lost by 7 to Iowa Community Central College, or Iowa Central Community College, rather. And they are number 1.
ICCC.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. O'Donnell with a nice fake, completely fooling his defender. Does he have the speed? Makes another cut to get past Heimer. Does a somersault for the game-tying score. Is he your MVP of the weekend so far?
He has to be. What movement from Sean O'Donnell. And he's gassed, but that is just such a fantastic individual effort. Right on the outside. He totally changed the game just by himself.
I think the somersault got the worst of him, but able to get up, and he's going to have to kick it as well. Knocks it through to give his team the lead, and I don't know how Sean O'Donnell knew to make that left foot plant cut to the right with Renheimer of Iowa chasing him, looking like he was going to catch him. But
yeah,
it's almost like when you know a car is in your blind spot.
It's just high rugby IQ. He can kind of feel and hear some steps behind him, and then he cuts inside, of course, to make that angle harder to tackle from behind, and just awesome from Sean O'Donnell.
Senior out of Doylestown, Pennsylvania.
And he was second team in the fall for 15, second team all Big Ten. After watching this, he's got to be first team for the Sevens.
We got a little bit, if you can do it, I can do it too, from Austin Stanley. And Stanley with the foot first slide and the quick response. Iowa back in front. Like just one move and then straight down the gut, Chris.
Yeah, I don't think Purdue were expecting that one, but you can't stay switched off. They have a lapse of concentration for about 10 seconds, and Iowa takes full advantage. Good work from the Hawkeyes.
And they convert to send it to a 12-7 game with 2 minutes to play in half number 1. And that's a big, big score as Purdue look like they might be about to take over, and all of a sudden, they're punched in the mouth once again. They were to start the game and then settle it down, give it to your best player, and let him go to work. And then after that, Iowa right back in front on the Stanley try, and now a beautiful high kick. It's going to be tipped into the left hand of the Purdue player, Brendan Ryan. The pass doesn't connect. Picked up off the turf by Mike Murphy. Murphy, another pass. Into the middle and over by us, slipping and falling. It's the ball carrier, then he's met at the point of attack. Offload to Brunetti. Brunetti goes down. Very aggressive Iowa defense right now. One-handed snag by O'Donnell. He's going to kick it forward. It's going to bounce around before eventually going into touch. With 40 seconds in half number one. And so Purdue gets out of dodge in terms of field position, but do lose possession.
O'Donnell's got his hands on his knees, still gassed from that run, but if you're Purdue, you just got to keep finding him. He is the spark plug for your team.
A lot of rugby to play this weekend, though. You don't want to wear him out. This is a stiff arm and nice cutback. What a run for the Hawkeyes, trying to get down all the way in, and a late half score. What an effort. Hawkeyes take a 10-point lead with zeros on the clock.
Yeah, nice stiff arm and then a cut through two guys. Great job from the Hawkeyes. And you said it, Charlie. Now they have a 2-possession lead. That is huge heading into half.
Easy conversion goes through. We go to halftime with a 19-7 Iowa lead. And we'll get the final 7 minutes of this one on the other side of the short break. Iowa, strong first half in their second game of the day, looking to pick up their first win, as are their opponents, the Purdue Boilermakers, who will kick it away, and we're set for second half action. Ball's initially misjudged. It's going to take a couple bounces. Noah Ledyard has the flag up, not in the game, so he's doing the line officiating. Going to have a conversation with the ref. It's going to be a line out for somebody. It's just a matter of who went out off first.
Was very impressed with Iowa as a collective and a unit in the first half. Meanwhile, for Purdue, they're definitely led by Sean O'Donnell. He's got, what now, 3 or 4 tries on the day. He's got 2 in this game. Or excuse me, just 1. Yeah, 2 in the last game.
Feels like he has 2, though.
Two in the last game. Feels like he has 2 in this game. It's been everywhere.
Now he picks off a pass on the far side. He's going to spin back and find a teammate in Tarek Lewis, who gives it off. Now a kick ahead by Mike Murphy. He's going to try to chase it down. Being pursued by Stanley for the Hawkeyes, and Stanley's going to pass it towards the middle. Here's Heimer, who's going to kick it high. Only one Boilermaker back. Taking a bounce, and Heimer takes out his man. Purdue playing with advantage for the meantime. And the illegal tackle. Here's Lewis giving off to Mike Murphy. Murphy hit, but he gives it off. A lot of space here for Purdue. Spinning away, now feeding inside is Ethan Miller. Purdue no longer with advantage. Here's Murphy off the give and go, and he's wrapped up by his shoulders. No signal from the ref. The boys will play on. 5 minutes to go. And now we get a whistle. It's going against Purdue. And Mike Murphy is not happy with the call. But the Iowa defense gets a huge start of half stand.
Purdue had a golden opportunity right there, just not quick enough in the speed of play department. They had a clear chance on the near side of the pitch, but offload didn't come soon enough, and they were forced to pivot, go all the way towards the left side, and then the attack just becomes depleted. They need to just know what they're going to do with the ball before they get it.
And how about that kick into touch, by the way, by the Hawkeyes, all the way across midfield. Perfectly executed. Doesn't get much better than that. But they lose the line out, and so we'll get to see the Purdue offense again. It's going to be kicked ahead by O'Donnell, trying to chase it down. Also trying to chase it down is Brunetti, still bouncing. No signal. Now the referee will call it back. No try. As it was gathered in by the Hawkeyes and on the back pursuit. They avoid disaster with both O'Donnell and Brunetti coming. They go quick. O'Donnell over his shoulders, being wrestled by his jersey. Offloads it to Brunetti, who's quickly hit by Heimer. Ball still free. Now it's picked up and moved ahead by Josh Bell. Bell, offload to Heimer, one-on-one. Nice move to the right, shakes a hit to the middle. Furthered by Michael Johnson, one more pass. A.J. Douglas, second score of the game. Beautiful transition offense, and Iowa expands their lead.
Great peel from Douglas. Is able to receive the offload and power right in. Iowa looking dominant in this one. And this is a very strong showing from the Hawkeyes.
Both teams look like they will make some substitutions with this one all but over. A 24-7 game after the successful conversion. 2:30 on the clock.
Sean O'Donnell, one of those guys coming off for Purdue. He was absolutely tanked. Was slow to get up after getting hit, but what a day from him and the heart and soul for the Boilermakers team.
One more game to play today for both of these teams at 8 p.m. Purdue and Indiana at 8:20. This Iowa team will play against Michigan in a game that could determine second place. With the tie in there, it's hard to kind of predict standings. You don't really know how point differential head-to-head. You know, two teams finish 1-1-1. You don't know how that's going to end up, so a lot still to be determined in Pool A. In Pool B, Notre Dame and Oregon up next, and that's going to more likely than not determine first place. Of course, you don't know that for sure. A couple teams could finish at 2-1. But certainly based on the eye test, Chris, there are two clear favorites to win Pool B at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. Oregon and Notre Dame, and that's going to be the money matchup that we have for you guys next at 7:10. Looking forward to that one.
It's the only game we've seen so far between two teams with a win in their back pocket. And both were dominant wins, and now another run. Carter Samil down the right side. Excuse me, it's Renheimer. Number 15 in white, who's got his second try of the day. Ran right past his bench, who applauded for him, and make it 29 points for the Hawkeyes offense.
Purdue is now just tired and out of it, but they need to stay locked in mentally because you just said it, Charlie. Point differential is going to play a huge factor in this pool. And every try that you let up is going to hurt you at the end of the day. They can't afford to make those mistakes. Although, don't think they have room to make any more as this clock draws to a close.
It's officially at 0, so we'll get one more live ball play. Kick down the middle. And it's gathered in by the Boilermakers, looking to maybe get one more score before it's all said and done in this game. Put some subs in, including Ethan Ross, who gives it off to Ethan Miller. Miller has it again. Now it's Ross. Picks it up off the turf. Manages to keep possession. And it's Stephen Blay. And Lewis. Look at this Iowa defense not giving Purdue anything right now. Certainly no line breaks, making them earn every meter. Give and go. And tackle on Jake Murphy, the freshman, into the game. Local kid out of Mishawaka. The town right next to South Bend here in Illinois. And Blay gets wrestled to the ground. Ethan Ross trying to get the edge. And he's tackled into touch. What a way to close the game. Renheimer making the play. Although Purdue had been playing with advantage, so we will continue on with 0 still on the clock. Ross, couple fakes, trying to evade the tackle, but unable to do so. Now he gives it off. Ethan Presky, one more pass, nice find, and Miller is going to close this game with a last play try. Gets Purdue into double digits and makes it look better in the points against points for differential department. Iowa victorious. They move to 1-1. Purdue suffers defeat. They move to 0-1-1. And Indiana has officially locked up first place in the pool.
Indiana, well-deserved, number one, been the best team in the pool. They've had their faults at times, but overall, the most consistent and high-level team. As for this game, credit to Purdue, right? They were down, they were out, but they fought until the end, and that's all you can ask for if you're head coach Steve Nicholson, a guy who has built that program up. A lot of these guys don't have much rugby experience, so just well done from the Boilermakers. And then for Iowa, such a huge win heading into their last game of the pool.
For all Indiana has not done on offense, their defense has paved the way for them to win the pool, and there will be a great battle for second place. Behind them, it's Iowa with the win. They're in the driver's seat. Purdue and Michigan both 0-1-1 in that pool. Now we'll get back to Pool B. Notre Dame, Michigan State about to play. Michigan State defeated in their first game by Oregon. Or it's actually not Michigan State.
Yeah, rather.
It's Oregon in Michigan State colors. The white jerseys with green stripes. I was fooled. I was like...
It would have been confusing had they done the green and green because...
Certainly would have.
Of course, Oregon, a little bit of a darker green, but still, if you can avoid it, you avoid it. Love these green jerseys from Notre Dame. I think they're some of the nicest jerseys in college rugby.
Wearing them in honor of the Masters, Chris.
Are they really?
That's according to Coach Hickey.
Oh, wow. Okay. I like that then. Good job from Coach Hickey. Man of culture.
Understanding that the second most important sporting event of the weekend is going on alongside this tournament.
Yeah, and then the third being the Holy Half, and the fourth being the Blue and Gold game, of course.
A couple athletic events on Notre Dame's campus today. Beyond this one, it's why it's one of the very delayed start. 5 p.m. we got going today. And look at Oregon nearly getting through. Great tackle by Jennings. As almost breaking through was Sherman. Ethan Sherman, number 11 in white. Sideways pass, connects down the left side, barely staying in touch. The ball carrier gets it off from his belly. And Oregon's going to score first. That was some great offense. And the Ducks are on the board. What a pass from his stomach. Nice play indeed.
Yeah, we got some yells from the crowd saying nice play, but back-to-back offloads. And while on the ground for Oregon to get that offload off, just super impressive. You said it, Charlie. What a start for the Ducks. The Ducks are quacking early in this one.
I was wondering if you or I would say quack first, and it is you.
I think I am very much a dad joke type of guy, so...
I certainly thought about it in their first game and refrained or restrained. Both, I guess, apply. Was restrained. But you've broken the ice. So it's on the table now. You know, when I was like 7 years old, Oregon was my top school because they were the Ducks.
Yeah, actually, funny you say that. I had asked for an Oregon jersey for Christmas one year, back when Marcus Mariota was winning a Heisman. Just such a legendary mascot. Two mascots. I mean, the Leprechaun as well. Would always play with the Oregon Ducks and the Notre Dame Fighting Irish, me and my brother back in the day on college football when you could do mascot mode.
That sounds awesome. Never had that game, so can't speak from experience. There'll be a scrum upcoming for Notre Dame after they did very well, especially Tom Bowman, number 5 in Masters Green, who helped secure possession off a dangerous-looking kickoff. Perfectly executed scrum for Notre Dame. Here's Guinan. Pass doesn't connect with Packard. Has to be careful. Just barely picks up. Then he gives it away. It's taken away by Miguel Mahaffey. Here's Rafferty. Tackled by his ankles. Ball is free, and it's knocked on by Oregon. That's a big play early for this Notre Dame defense, Chris.
Oregon were given a golden chance, and they slip up themselves. It was Notre Dame who slipped up first. Also, would like to note a couple of new faces in for the Irish, at least guys we didn't see too much in the first game. Zach Banton, who is the fastest guy on any field he steps on, and then the captain, none other than Patrick McKenzie, is back starting. He did not start in game 1.
Yeah, they're going to limit McKenzie's reps, but they're giving him an opportunity in his final action at Stinson Rugby Field to get in and make an impact, as he did so well this season. And, you know, this is, if he chooses, this is not where his rugby career will end. Certainly a lot of talent in the Notre Dame captain. And, oh, just right on cue, there he is. It's impossible to tackle.
He is a bowling ball, just knocking down pins.
That pin was Andrew Prentice, and that's a good morning from South Bend, Indiana. Here's McKenzie again. Still has it. Wrestled to the ground by O'Flaherty, who was the star offensive player for Oregon in their first win. Bowman with a lot of room. The big man Rumble gives it off. One more pass to the wing. Here's Banton. Banton cuts to the middle. Well done by Cole Rafferty to seal the edge. Force Banton back into his teammates. Packard. I think the Oregon players thought the ref was a defender. A little bit of miscommunication. And Packard's going to score to tie the game. If you had a chance to get another look at that one, you can kind of see just a big space between the defenders in white. I really do think they thought the ref was a defender, Chris, if you get another look at that play.
Yeah, I'm taking a look at it now, and really Oregon just hesitant to step up on Packard. Packard notices. Great job from him to exploit the gap.
And Guinan knocks it through to give the Irish the lead with 2 minutes to play and take advantage of really their first chance with the ball.
Notre Dame, in terms of possessing the ball, did very well there at attacking at such a high pace. They were all sprinting while offloading. Super impressive and hard to defend against. Perhaps that is what caused that confusion amongst Oregon.
Guinan's kick. Not going to make it the required 10 meters, so Oregon will get it from the monogram at the center of the field. Taishi Konoiki will get us going. Gives it to O'Flaherty. Couple nice cuts for Cormac O'Flaherty, who stays on his feet. Drags Packard with him, gives it off to Brooks Fisher. Fans want a not releasing call. They're not going to get it. And diving in is Ethan Sherman to put Oregon back on top. And what a response for the Ducks, and Sherman the scorer.
Nicely orchestrated by Oregon. They were looking to go to the far side of the pitch, wasn't open. Patrick McKenzie was closing the lane. They pivot, go inside, and they find themselves a try.
So now 2 tries in the half for Oregon. That one coming from the junior Ethan Sherman. And after the successful conversion, the Ducks stretch their lead to 5. And they're going to kick it deep with no time on the clock. Jennings gathers it in. We'll see if Notre Dame gets aggressive here. Looks like they will. Banton drops it. Knock on. And that will do it for the first half. Oregon takes a 5-point lead into the break. They look to knock off the host team with just 7 minutes to play. 12-7 Oregon leads against Notre Dame in the both teams playing their second pool play game of the day. After this, we'll get Illinois and Michigan State, the other two teams in Pool B at the varsity level, here at Stinson Rugby Field for the Big Ten Sevens Championship, where there will be a new winner this year. And the two teams you see on your field, certainly two teams very capable of winning, let's say, the weekend. Championing. Is that a word?
I think you could call it a word.
I think you can use champion as a verb, but it sounds weird. So let's watch Oregon's offense go to work after forcing a turnover and scoring a very quick try. It was Tino Mahaffey from Lake Oswego, Oregon, getting a nice offload, and just what the Ducks were looking for to start the half.
Definitely, and Notre Dame defensively just non-existent right there. I mean, Banton put in a good tackle at the end, but they're letting the Ducks just get a few free meters. It's not what the Irish need to do. Now they have the work cut out for themselves here. And that's not to sound too harsh, because Notre Dame has shown their flashes offensively. It's just now about executing and showing what they can do, getting the ball in the hands of Banton, Packard, and also relying on the physicality of McKenzie and Bowman. They just need to complement all their puzzle pieces together. Right now, they are not.
And you have to wonder how much longer they're going to leave their best 7 on the field before switching focus to their next game. Down by multiple scores in the second half. This Oregon defense looking unrelenting right now as Packard nearly brought down behind the play. Splits, offloads it to the other team, taken away by Sherman. Just no help for the senior out of San Jose in green. And so here come the Ducks with Kanoiki giving it off to his left, and maybe some space out wide. But it's well defended by the Irish, and Mahaffey is driven back.
There's that physicality from McKenzie.
On the tackle, here's Cormac O'Flaherty right in the middle, met by 3 Irish. Ball's loose for a second. And now we get a whistle blown. Penalty against Notre Dame, so they'll have to reset their defense for offsides.
Worthwhile to mention that Jackson Graham has been rested so far in this game. He's a guy who exploded in the first game.
Kicked ahead by Sherman, and it bounces right into the hands of his teammate. The rare kick assist. Sherman sets it up. Oregon dominant right now. Another 5 points on the board, and they are running away with it.
And another try for Cole Rafferty. Had a try in the first game as well. Having himself a nice evening so far.
Certainly is. Conversion misses. 15-point edge, 3 scores nonetheless for Oregon. Certainly feels like they've got this one wrapped up with 3.5 to play. Notre Dame will substitute Andrew Packard off the pitch. They make some personnel and try to rest up. Both these teams will play one more time today. The Fighting Irish at 8:40 against Illinois. The Ducks at 9 against Michigan State. Here's Zach Banton. Banton sheds a tackle, and he's off to the races, and the Chasers are going to give up. Look at that speed from Zach Banton. Downs it, corrals it, gives it to Guinan. Notre Dame going quick, down to their last breath. Guinan drop kicks it through. Zach Banton on the board. A little hope in the Irish yet, down 8.
I love the urgency from Notre Dame, especially Guinan with the kick right after. Banton quick to give it to Guinan. Guinan quick to put it away. Shown great energy. Not giving up just yet.
Bouncing ball, dangerous, and it's picked up by Tom Bowman. 12 points in 12 seconds, basically. Fans are on their feet. Guinan gonna slow himself down to knock it through. It's a 1-point game with 2 minutes to go. Don't turn it off yet, Chris.
Stinson Rugby Field is rocking. You should hear the crowd right now. These people are yelling and screaming. What a comeback from Notre Dame.
They trailed by 15 points with 3 minutes to play, basically. 3 minutes and change. And now they only trail 1 and got Oregon on the ropes. See, can the Ducks respond? Their offense has been good today. Do they have a score in them? Offload bounces a couple times, but it's gathered in by Mahaffey. Mahaffey is going to find a seam. Tackled nearly by Jennings, but Mahaffey breaks free. He's being chased by Luke Engel, but he's not going to catch him. And a dolphin dive try for Mahaffey to silence the crowd.
Now this conversion kick is very important. Could play a big factor in how this game turns out, because right now the Irish, of course, still have a chance with a try and a conversion kick.
It's right down the middle. And it's knocked through by Fisher to restore a 2-score lead.
Jackson Graham has also checked into the game. Patrick McKenzie off, as well as Guinan.
So nearly a great comeback for Notre Dame, and they get the crowd involved, but you got to give a lot of credit to Oregon for orchestrating that most recent score when they looked like they were up against it. Still enough time if the Irish can go quick, but certainly going to take nothing short of a miracle. Jennings thinks about an offload, but goes down with it. Engel. Graham back onto the field. Jackson Graham gives it to Banton. And Zach Banton's got wheels down the right side. He is in. Downs it with 2 seconds to play. Linky knocks it through for an extra 2. And the final whistle blows. And the comeback falls 1 point short. The Irish win it. The Irish lose it. The Ducks win it 29-28. And what a game that was, Chris.
Charlie, our whole job, the whole purpose of us in the booth here is to describe things in words, but how can you describe that? That game was awesome. Second half, just totally electric. Oregon comes out, scores a quick 2 tries. Notre Dame says, no, we're not done yet, and it was Zach Banton. Notre Dame was able to isolate him near side of the pitch. They found him several times. He was the game changer, and that is why those two teams are the favorites in the Big Ten Championship. I believe that we're going to see those two teams face again later down the line.
Certainly won't happen today, but very, very likely, I agree, to happen tomorrow based on the results of this game. And for those wondering, today is filled with pool play round-robin matches to set up seeds. Although you only play against every team in your pool, you do get ranked on a seed from 1 through 8. So starting tomorrow at 10 a.m. between the number 3 seed and the number 6 seed overall, the pools do not matter anymore. Every team gets a ranking 1 through 8. Hard to imagine those two teams won't be in the top 4 with Indiana there and the 2 seed in Pool A also kind of putting their word in, although the Irish will have to win their last game if they want to be a top seed in the pool. Oregon has locked up first place at 2-0. And now we see two teams who are going to fight, both still alive in the race for second place. It's Michigan State, it's Illinois, and we're right underway, moving quickly at Stinson. Spartans will kick it off first. The Illini will get first possession. And we get a quick stoppage. And a turnover on the knock-on. So we'll see what Michigan State can do.
Michigan State lost to Notre Dame in the first bunch of games, 35-7. Meanwhile, Illinois fell short to Oregon, 26-7.
And here come the Spartans. Look at those ball skills. 54 seconds in, Michigan State strikes first.
Great movement off the scrum. It was a little fake pass. A fake going to the right, shifted the Illinois defense. Fantastic all around from the Spartans. And there's also a Spartan wearing sunglasses.
I don't think I've ever seen that.
I don't either. It's number 24, Jacob Munger. I got to say, I like it. I respect the sunglasses on the field.
Dangerous to me.
Dangerous to me as well.
Those
unless
better
they're
be
plastic.
some cheap sunglasses.
Yeah, they got to be plastic. If it's glass and it cuts someone.
Sun is shining. Not that bright, though, in my opinion.
I think the sun is shining enough to warrant sunglasses, but
maybe it's style?
It's got to be style.
Maybe it's a combination.
Unless they're prescription glasses and he doesn't have the goggles.
Fair point.
But I think they're sunglasses.
Could be prescription sunglasses. Those, of course, are a thing. Under 5 to play. Michigan State with that 7-point lead. Trying to keep their hat in the ring for first place in the pool. Illinois just really struggling to bring ball carriers down right now. Another kind of odd man situation. Nope. I'm going to eat my words after that tackle by Robbie Rutledge. But now a stiff arm by Robbie Smith, and he's in for the score. He looks very spry right now, number 12 in black and green. And a 2-score early lead for the Spartans.
It was Robbie Smith who scored the lone try against Notre Dame. Adds another to his tally. But this time showing off some more speed. His try against Notre Dame was he retrieved the ball with just about 2 meters to go. Nice burst of pace right there from Smith.
Yeah, the senior out of Jackson, Michigan, Mississippi. No, Michigan. MI is Michigan, MS is Mississippi.
Yeah, although
yes.
Jackson, Mississippi
is
a major city.
Yeah, so that's why there was some slight confusion. But then I'm thinking, why would he be here at Michigan State? Especially when so many of the players on this Michigan State team are in-state recruits from cities that are not also famous southern United States city names. I'm just thinking of the Bruno Mars song. I can't help it.
I was about to say that, Uptown Funk. The only reason I know that is because of Uptown Funk
100%.
and Stack the States.
Never actually been. Oh, Stack the States. That's a core memory. I have the Stack the States board game. Did you know there was a board game?
I did not. I played it in speech class, and now I'm announcing games, so look how far I've come.
Let's say speech teacher did a good job.
Thank you, speech teacher. Forget her name.
Forget her name.
Nice lady.
Good for her. And good for you.
Thank you.
See what Indiana can do. Are those cargo shorts?
I can't make
Surely
it out.
they're not.
No, they're not.
No,
they have the emblem on the front.
They must just be
just
dirty.
Stained. They are stained.
They must be dirty. For number 16 in white, who drops it. No, it's picked up, but it's going to be a knock-on. We don't have a number 16 for Illinois. Perhaps it's Peyton Sirota, number 15 on the roster we were given. If there are any Illinois fans in our comment section who know who number 16 in white is, please do share. So we can get that right, because he's been a good player today.
Yeah, he has been. It is unfortunate we don't have his name, so I echo the same sentiment as Charlie, the same request, rather.
I think everyone on the field thought that was a knock-on, but the Spartans will play on.
Well, you play until you hear the whistle. You hear that as a kid.
Every sport, basically.
Don't usually see that at the college level.
I had a couple plays say where I think players on both teams thought they were a knock-on the pitch that wasn't to be. And now we do get a whistle.
Now, luckily, we can't hear the whistle from the field behind us, because that always creates an issue as well when you hear a whistle on a different field. Luckily, none of that at Stinson Rugby Field. The bleachers are blocking the sound of the field behind us.
The field behind us has every JV game of the weekend. The field in front of us that's on this stream has every varsity game between the 8 teams competing to become a champion of the Big Ten in 2025 in the 7-on-7 format. .35 seconds in half number 1. Spartans still up 14-0. They're going to try a kick. Takes a decent bounce, but just a little bit too low for the oncoming attacker who forces the ball free. Lucas Ring trying to make it happen for the Spartans. There's a good tackle. And now we get a stoppage of play. Michigan takes over possession. That was a really nice tackle by Ring. They're nearly making it happen on offense, saving a try on defense. And look at that speed. Robbie Rutledge getting around the edge just past Smith, who tried to make the play. And a huge try for the Illini as the freshman Rutledge just enough to get the edge.
Love that from Rutledge. Saw the opening and he took it. As a freshman, to have that confidence shows a lot. That's gives his team some life heading into the half.
Yeah, we'll go to half. A big score to cut the lead in half for the Illini. They still trail 7 with 7 minutes to play. Hopefully at the half you got a chance to scan the QR code on your screen that takes us to the spreadsheet that we are using throughout the day to keep tabs on standings, point differential, scores from both pools, both the ones in front of us on Stinson Rugby Field and also the ones behind us on Ricky Fields, where the JV games are going on. The Illini nearly gather in their own kick, but it's corralled by the Spartans. Trying to find some space along the right side, all the way out to the wing, and a tackle made around the ankles.
Michigan State definitely the better team in that first half, but a moment of brilliance at the end by the freshman Rutledge gave Illinois some hope now as they head into this second half, looking to carry that success into the second.
Illini with a little bit of space up the middle. and potentially a game-tying try. And in fact, number 16 does do just that, making the play to tie the game for Illinois. 14 unanswered points for the Illini after falling behind 14-0 early on 2 straight scores by the Spartans, and now came all the way back to tie the score early in the second half.
Yeah, number 16, wish we had his name, but he's having himself a great performance today. Defensively, been very present for the Fighting Illini, and on offense, delivers the game-tying try.
Kick attempt, trying to spring a man, Brogan Schlesinger, but it's gathered in by Woodward. Here's Pedro Madero, dragged down by his ankles. Antoine Johnson drops it, but picks it up before it could go for a knock-on. Stoppage of play with 4:44 on the clock. In a tie game, we have had a tie earlier on today in just our second game of the day. Purdue and Michigan in a thrilling contest ended 19-19, and these two teams deadlocked at 14 as the second half continues to click down.
This is also the time in the game where teams start to show the signs of tiredness. They've been here for a couple hours. Both teams probably traveled here today in the morning. And now with 4 minutes on the clock, already a game in, this is when guys start to get gas. So it's about who can show that sign of life towards the end.
All it takes is one, and Henry Fields trying to be that one. He's going to offload it on a bounce. Spartans offense progressing. Here's Fields again, right into his tackler Rutledge on the stop. And the Illini force a turnover. And they'll kick it across midfield. It's number 16 in white, Zach Meyer. Thank you to the Beer Gut fan for confirming that for us. Very much appreciated. Zach Meyer has been fantastic in this game after a pretty strong first game as well. Happy to be able to identify him the rest of the weekend as the Illini search for a high finish in Pool B, but then more importantly, the results tomorrow. Tomorrow has all the playoff games, only round robin today, up until our last game starting at 9 p.m. And then starting tomorrow at 10 a.m. quarterfinals. And we got we'll figure out a winner's bracket and a loser's bracket before we head into semis, consolation semis, 7th place game, 5th place game, 3rd place game, and a championship game. And you know, these two teams hoping to play as late as possible on Sundays. The Illini get it near the 5 and then briefly turn it over, but it's a knock-on against Michigan State. Hands on the head for some of the Spartans as they'll have to try to get a try-line stand from just about the 5. They'll make some substitutions as well.
This is a pivotal moment.
Very pivotal.
Crunch time, 2 minutes left. This is what it can come down to.
Scrum for Illinois, just beyond the 5-meter line, with the try line in near sight. And finally, we'll get back underway. Picked up by Illinois, pass into the middle for Winstead. One more, And the tackle is made at about the 2. Johnson now is going to dive across and put Illinois on top with 1:07 to play. Off the setup by Razzo. Antoine Johnson, go ahead score.
Illinois with a huge drive. 50 seconds on the clock. Cannot be understated how important that is. Great ball movement right at the try line. Super composed. And they got the lead.
Conversion is no good, so it remains a 5-point advantage. We're under 30 seconds, and very likely the next dead ball will end it. And Illinois will kick it away. Johnson, Antoine Johnson, the senior out of Chicago, giving instruction to his teammates as they try to take it away off the kick, presumably. And they will indeed go short. Going up for it. Now it's gathered in actually on the ground by Blake Vera. And this is it for the Spartans. They need a score with no time on the clock. And we'll get a stoppage.
This is an excellent comeback, too, from Illinois. They were down in the first half. Michigan State was very much the better team, but Illinois found who they are. They dug deep. And this is a well-warranted victory for them. If they're able to see it out, of course, because we've seen some crazy things happen today in the last few seconds.
And we have seen it with this exact score. We've seen a 19-14 game turn into 19-19 on a last-second game-tying try. And so that's what Michigan State will be looking to do after they saw their in-state rival Wolverines do it in a game earlier. Ball's on the ground, but it was kicked forward. No, it was not. It was knocked on by the Spartans, and that's going to do it. 19 unanswered points for Illinois, a huge comeback win. And they move to 1-1 in pool play with that big result for the Fighting Illini. They take it by 5, and we'll head to a short break before we return at 8 p.m. for Purdue against Indiana. Stay with us on the Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel. And we are underway for our last 4 games of the evening. Each team at the varsity level plays once more before the day concludes, and the standings are set in preparation for tomorrow. Charlie Morris alongside my partner Chris Daly on the Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel. Thanks for joining us this late into the evening. And Chris, I asked you this question after 4 games. I'm going to ask it again after 8. Each team has played twice. Who's impressed you? Who's surprised you? What are your thoughts?
I think Oregon has really impressed me. Beating Notre Dame 31-28, very impressive. And then, of course, they beat Illinois 26-7. So that's the team that has jumped out to me. The team I want to see some more out of is on the field right now. Would love to see some more out of the Indiana Hoosiers. A 10-5 game against Michigan, and then a 24-7 game against Iowa. But I feel like there's a lot of untapped potential there. So curious to see how they do in this one.
Also curious, and starting quickly on offense, over on the near side and in for a quick and early score is Indiana. Zach Ellen, the senior, downs it, and we'll see if that can get the offense cooking a little bit.
Yeah, we will see. They're able to break through a couple of tackles. And I'm curious in this one, too, because Purdue is a team who always seems to keep it close. Can they keep it close against Indiana, a team who is considered one of the best in the country? It'll be a tough battle for them, but it's going to be fun to watch, that's for sure.
Wanted to take this time, too, to give a shout-out to Walter, who's behind the scenes, who queued up Masters music for that 10-minute break. Hope you enjoyed it as much as I did when I put my headset back on. It's like, well, I don't recognize this song.
I liked it a lot, too. Nothing like this time of the year because we have the Masters, and then the Kentucky Derby comes up in a week or two. Just a great time for sports.
NBA, NHL playoffs, MLB just got underway. College spring sports at a high right now in terms of activity.
Yeah, and then above all else, you have the Big Ten Rugby Championships right here at Stinson Rugby Field. Energy is palpable.
Soon after, national championships.
Which, yeah, very blessed. Me and Charlie will be going out there to Maryland in 2 weeks' time. That was, a great opportunity, and we got to thank everybody who watches these streams was able to support because, and the production team, not many college rugby programs have this consistent level of streaming. So the fact that we've been able to do this is just definitely a blessing and super pumped for that.
It's not confirmed yet, but it's certainly looking likely, and we're going to keep our fingers crossed.
Yeah, that's for sure.
What event that will be, and we'll be unsurprised to see some of the teams we've seen at Stinson Rugby Field throughout both the fall and spring seasons compete. Notre Dame should be there. This Indiana team should be there. Just to name a few. There's a good tackle out wide by Brunetti. The Hoosiers threatening. Now that one's going to be knocked around. They roll, went off the foot of the intended target, so it's not a knock-on against Indiana. We'll see if they can take advantage of that as they retain possession. And Parker Wall doing a couple pirouettes. Gives it off to Cabreros in the middle, who's going to go down with it.
Parker Wall had a try last time out for Indiana against Michigan. And one more thing to mention, Charlie, the air is starting to get crisp. I'm typing on my computer and my keyboard is freezing cold. So outside, the temperature has dropped a little bit. We'll see if that plays a factor, perhaps tightens up the muscles of these guys a little bit.
You know, it started the day, I woke up this morning, it was 41 degrees, but the feels like was 48. And I don't know about you, but I hardly ever see the feels like be higher than the actual temperature when it's that cold. I get it if it's like actually 72 outside and it feels like 78, but that was not the case. As Parker Wall, he's going to get a little bit of a seam and kick it ahead before he's tackled and has no help. Right now it's 53, feels like 53. It was as warm as 59 degrees today, and it's only getting chillier by the time our last game of the day kicks off at 9. It's supposed to be down below 50. On a night with a full moon. Fun fact, tonight is the month of April's full moon. What is it? It's April 12th, so we're like 40% to the next blue moon, if you will.
See,
Is that how that works?
I don't know a single thing about the moon except that back in the 60s or 70s, some guys went up there and people dispute it. That's a topic for another time.
Yeah, we don't have to worry about that now, as O'Donnell's going to give it off. What a one-handed snag with the left mitt by Ethan Miller. And Miller's going to roll around, and now he downs it for the game-tying try. Set up by Sean O'Donnell. And Ethan Miller's on the board in Game 3.
There's a ton of guys we have talked about as possible MVPs for this tournament, but O'Donnell is right up there at the top. He has the assist and a very clever offload over the head, kind of like a hook shot in basketball almost, and then stormed in by Miller, who's able to finish off the play. Gets hit as he's doing so he's going to limp off the field, might stay on.
So it stays 5-5, and this gives us an opportunity, if you're just joining us, to go through some of the results. Throughout the day, we started out with Indiana beating Iowa 24-7, Purdue and Michigan tying 19-19, Indiana beating Michigan 10-5, Hawkeyes over Purdue 31-12. Those are the Pool A results as of yet. We've got this game between Indiana and Purdue, and then after Michigan and Iowa before we will know the standings in Pool A. And look at that cutback move for the Hoosiers trying to make it happen is Will Keeler, for he's brought down on a nice hit by Brunetti. God, moves so fast. You don't really have a time to give scores updates from past games. Just a lot of action.
Yeah, not with these two teams. Credit to Purdue to stick with Indiana, who on paper are definitely the much better team. Oh,
nearly for Michael Cabreros. But he finds a man anyway, and that man finds Parker Wall. Wall off the setup by Ellen. And Indiana's back on front with a late half score.
And it's Parker Wall again. He's a guy who's been active both defensively and offensively. Both sides of the ball, he does it all. Parker Wall. Had to fit in the rhyme, but
no pun intended, or no? I guess it wouldn't be pun. Rhyme intended?
Partly.
I think it worked.
I did partly think about it. It did flow. Yeah, Parker Wall inspiring the crowd, too. There's some Indiana fans here today. Of course, only about a 2.5 hour drive north to South Bend.
That'll do it for the first half. The Hoosiers with a 10-5 lead as they look to go 3-0 in pool play and lock up potentially the #1 overall seed. We'll see if they can do it when we return. Stay with us for the second half. Indiana 10-5 lead over Purdue after 7 minutes of play. Both teams playing their final 7 minutes of the day upcoming to wrap up round robin play. And with a tie, and you're not sure how head-to-head and point differential is going to shake out, Chris. Really tough to predict where the standings are going to end up after today's action before it's all said and done. But what we do know is that Indiana has a chance at the #1 overall seed if they win this game. The only team that could pass them would be Oregon, as Cabreros offloads it to Hannon, who's only got one man to beat. And Ethan Ross is going to chase him down with a little help from Jake Murphy. Indiana with a win locks up a top 2 seed, Chris.
Yeah, I think it's going to be hard to surpass Oregon just because they are a much more dominant team than Michigan State based off of the results. They should win that game pretty convincingly. But Indiana, they just need to keep chipping away, doing their thing. Don't think they'll complain too much if it's the 2 seed, of course.
Either way, they'll be setting themselves up quite nicely, and they're in for their first try of the second half along the far side of the field. Stretch the lead to 2 possessions. You know, Chris, Indiana, I think I mentioned this before, but worth mentioning again, their offense has not looked quite as good as other teams at this event, but they've only allowed 17 points now in 2+ games.
Yeah, definitely a strong defensive showing today. You can't dispute that, but you got to think, Charlie, the offense needs to find an answer soon. This is a great time to do it against a pretty good Purdue squad, because when they go up against the likes of Illinois, Oregon, and Notre Dame, who are all in Pool B, those are some really strong rugby programs where you're going to need to play great on both sides of the ball. You can kind of afford those slow offensive games against Michigan and, you know, some of the lesser teams, I guess you could say, in the bracket. All great teams, but of course, some teams that maybe you don't expect to win the whole thing.
Yeah, but when you play as good as defense as Indiana does, you certainly can make up for what's been, you know, let's just say it, a less explosive offense than some of the other teams we've seen. But probably the best defense out of all 8 competitors is Indiana. Can they ride that? Can they get enough scoring and ride that to a championship? Working out for them so far, 2-0, and in prime position to move to 3-0.
Yeah, they swarm in packs, so you're never going to see too many players on the opposing team just have a solo run at it, which we've seen tons of times today in other games, except the Indiana games, because Indiana just does not allow that to happen.
Sometimes they turn that defense into offense, and looking to do that here after forcing a mistimed offload. And now a penalty against Indiana. So that offensive possession goes to waste, and a tap and go for the Boilermakers, and it's kicked ahead. And maybe O'Donnell with a little bit of space, just completely outrunning his men. Will the ball stay in bounds for him? It does, but he tips it forward for a knock-on. Maybe Purdue's best chance of this to get back in this game.
That's such a difficult skill to pick up that ball. Said it earlier in the broadcast, when the rugby ball is bouncing, the way it is shaped makes it very awkward when it bounces. Whoa, very low tackle there.
I thought that, just to go back to that play, I thought the ball was going to bounce into touch for O'Donnell, but he manages to keep it in play and just unable to pick it up.
He does have a bit more of a pep in his step than he did in his last game, though. And that reason definitely stems from some of the explosive runs he had early on. He was kind of gassed from that point on. So it's great he was able to provide those moments of brilliance, especially in that Iowa game, and then you can go back to the Michigan game, but it does leave him at a loss as the game just drags further and further along.
Feels like for the Boilermakers, it's been one of those days where almost nothing is going right for them. They thought they'd won. They were leaving the field. The next teams were coming onto the field. The referee says, nah, not so fast. Michigan ties it, so Purdue loses out on a full 3 points and only gets 1. And they were unable to come up with many stops against the Hawkeyes in their second game. Looking forward to this upcoming game between Michigan and Iowa.
Yeah, I think that's a really evenly matched game. I'm also amped for that one.
Winner of that one will be the higher seed. If it does end in a rare tie, the higher seed would go to Iowa with the win against Purdue. Michigan still winless today, 0-1-1. That's going to be a good one to follow. And then it's Notre Dame, Illinois, Oregon, Michigan State to conclude our slate. We should be wrapping up in just about an hour's time from now. But plenty of good round-robin games before that. We'll see if Illinois can add to their lead. A couple nice cutback moves from Owen Welburn. Towards the far side. Ball's free. Picked up by the Boilermakers on the fumble. Maybe a last gasp for them if they can score quickly. Adam Eckstein gives it off. O'Donnell, one more. Now he has it back. Eckstein spinning, he loses it, but it's knocked on. Purdue playing with advantage right now. Skip pass from Brendan Ryan, and O'Donnell's got some room. It's well defended though. And look at the defense for Indiana, not giving the speedster anything. Here's Ryan. Out wide. Ross is going to stumble down, get back to his feet, and leave it behind him once again. Picked out of the scrum by Jacob Mandel. And now an errant pass, just couldn't connect from Tarek Lewis to his teammate. Looked like he just maybe slipped his grip on the ball.
If you're Indiana, you're just trying to see this one out now for the last 14 seconds on the clock. 15-5. See it out, kick it out, and you go into Sunday with a perfect record.
5 seconds. They're going to do just that with time winding down. And it looks like they're going to be able to do just that with only 17 points against. And it will be kicked into touch by Welburn, by Dalen Blanding, and that does it. Indiana, 3-0. They've only given up 17 points, and they are well in contention for the top spot overall heading into tomorrow.
Great game from Indiana. They did that without Luke Peters, one of their better players. He was rested in this one, so a strong showing, but also yet another close game. 10-5 against Michigan in the second set of games, if you will, and then now only 15-5, but all is well. 3-0. They have the chance to also be the only undefeated team if Michigan State is somehow able to produce an upset on Oregon to close out the day.
That'll be either the Hoosiers or the Ducks at the #1 overall seed. If Oregon wins, it will be them, and Indiana will be #2 based on point differential. Oregon already has a better point differential after 2 games than Indiana does after 3. That's actually, it must be, I'm misreading that. Oregon only beat Illinois 26-7, so technically Oregon would have to win by 10.
I think they will. Granted, Michigan State lost to Notre Dame 35-7. Oregon beat Notre Dame. So if you do the math on that one, Oregon are the heavy favorites, but we still have 2 more matches to worry about before that, Charlie, and I'm very excited for this one. We alluded to it a little bit earlier. I think this is going to be the most evenly contested match we have this evening, and the lights are officially on. This is what we live for. Nighttime rugby.
They've been on. I don't know if you've noticed. This is the I think
you
this is the first time that they're being needed, though.
That's,
so I know
that's what I was trying to say. It's a little darker outside, and the lights are actually put to use.
Sunset is in 3 minutes at 8:22 p.m.
Well, the sun seems to already set, so I'm going to bring it up with the weatherman later. But
you can control that protest. I'm just going based off the good old weather app.
I'm not a big weather app fan.
Well, then, what do you stick your head out the window?
Yes, that's actually exactly what I do every morning. But I digress.
Oh, it's raining.
This is going to be a great game, and Yeah, I think Shea Loughnane from Michigan, number 9, one of the better players at this tournament. Was a first-team All-Big Ten selection back in the fall. He's going to be your guy to watch for the team in blue. Meanwhile, for Iowa, just a really well-balanced team all around. We've seen it before, especially in their game against Purdue, and we're going to see if they can put another performance like that on the board here today.
Yeah, they've gotten tries from more than half the starting roster today have the Hawkeyes. Ball's bouncing around, and we'll get a knock-on called. And unhappy is A.J. Douglas, who's one of those try scorers. He's been very effective today. Number 4 in white, the junior out of the state of Iowa. And here's Loughnane to feed it through the scrum. We're through a scoreless 90 seconds, which is not that long, but we haven't had too many scoreless 90 seconds today. But we've got one here in what should be a close matchup with the seeding, as always, on the line. Michigan 0-1-1. Iowa 1-1-0. Point differential of +2. Michigan's at -5, so it's right there.
Last time these two teams played was in sevens, April 13th, 2024. Michigan beat Iowa 33-5. However, things change every year in college rugby.
Hannon's going to be tracked down from behind. So if Michigan wins this game by 7, Chris, let's say, these two teams would be tied.
Ooh. But they would have the tiebreaker.
At 1-1-1.
They would have
the head-to-head. But they'd be tied. They'd be tied in point differential and tied in points.
Wow.
Wouldn't that be fun to watch?
That would be.
See unfold. But you're right. The head-to-head comes into effect first.
Yeah, I'll be curious to see what happens in this one. I think it should be a close game. There's a lot to play for. And the seeding's very important because these teams want to survive in this tournament, even if they don't necessarily believe they can win. Of course, you want to say, like, hey, we're going to try to win this thing. But, you know, going to the semifinals would be a huge feat for either school. So a win here today would help put them in the best position to do just that.
Can't help but wonder if we're going to see this tomorrow. A lot of time still left. Still 4 teams besides these two who've still yet to play their 3rd game. After the conclusion of this one, the Irish and the Fighting Illini at 8:40. Oregon and Michigan State at 9. And then we will set our sights on tomorrow for the quarterfinals beginning at 10 a.m. At the same time all this is happening, there is a JV bracket going on behind us at Ricky Fields. If you're interested in those teams, Illinois, 2 Indiana teams, Notre Dame, Michigan, Michigan State, and Purdue all have JV teams in action today. That is also being streamed on the Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel. Not this link. There's another one active, and you can watch those games. And again, at halftime here in about 3 minutes, we'll put a QR code up on the screen, which you can scan to get to the Google Sheet, which has results from every single game played today, whether it's JV, varsity, round robin, all around. It's all on that sheet, so make sure to check that out to stay as up to date as us up here in the press boxes. Louis Granger with a nice cutback. And Granger dives forward for the first score of the game. The French senior. Oh boy. Is it Louis Granger? It might be.
It might be. All I know is that it started with the errant lineout from Iowa. You got to be efficient with your lineouts. You got to do the simple things effectively, and Iowa fails to do so. Credit to Michigan. They capitalize off of the Iowa mistake.
7-0 with the successful conversion. Ranger, the senior from France, the only French player in action today, and one of only 2 international representation on this Michigan roster. They also have Max Alborn, the freshman from London, wearing number 20 in blue if he gets onto the pitch. He's the only other on the sevens roster international representation for a pretty heavy Michigan roster, Michigan talent-wise, but decent spread around. Of course, it's a big popular school as it's picked up and run in by Reagan Plank, taking advantage of the drop, and Plank, the freshman, with a minute to go, doubles the lead.
Nicely done from Plank. And again, Iowa hurting themselves. They have the ball within their own 22-meter line. They lose possession. And Michigan, you got to give them their props. They're able to capitalize. That's what it's going to come down to.
Conversions through. That officially doubles the lead from 7-0 to 14-0. Just about a half minute to play in half number one, and Michigan in the driver's seat. Although we have seen a 14-0 lead blown, as it was the Boilermakers up 14-0 before, or excuse me, it was Michigan State up 14-0 for letting that lead slip away. Purdue was winning against this Michigan team late when those two teams faced and couldn't come away with the win. That result being a tie has left the door open for Michigan to get one of the higher seeds of the weekend. And Iowa just looking to kick it into touch. There it goes. Referee will blow his whistle. Doesn't look like we're going to half, though. Michigan's going to move quick. Or they're going to try to. Official's going to stop play. Reorient things with no time in the first half. Lineout is taken away briefly, and now officially. Dangerous pass, just gets through, and maybe a break for Iowa. Look at this hustle down the side, but an even better tackle in pursuit, and that'll get your teammates happy. Sam Plockmeyer, what a play.
Great job from Sam Plockmeyer. Hard tackle right there. Iowa moving with pace.
But unable to capitalize. And that will take us to halftime. Michigan, defensive plays like that and 2 tries has them ahead by 14. Final 7 minutes of Pool A play at the Big Ten Sevens Championship Invitational here at the University of Notre Dame. And It started off as a beautiful day and is turning into a clear but slightly crisp night. As my partner Chris Daly will tell you once he sticks his head out the window and gets a temperature for you. What do you got, Chris?
Yeah, crisp temperature. My hand is out. I'm immersed in the environment. Nothing too bad, though, as long as the wind doesn't come in. That's always the thing here in South Bend, right? Once the wind starts to come in, that's when it gets cold. But so far, so good for rugby.
It's been a great day. We started at 5 p.m. on a busy day on Notre Dame's campus. Early this morning, the Holy Half 13.1-mile run. And this is not going to be a 13.1-mile run for Iowa, but it could be the first try for them. But he's chased down from behind. And now a whistle is going to stop play. It was Austin Stanley nearly breaking through. Now his team keeps it with Ren Heimer. And Heimer is going to finish the job as Stanley hunches over, saying, "Thank you, teammate." And we're on the board. It's 14-5.
I love that response from Iowa. It was all Michigan in the first half, and both of their tries came off of mistakes from Iowa. It was a line out at first, and then Iowa had possession. They let it go within their own 22-meter line. So to come out with some fire, that's a great response. Good work from Iowa.
And they've officially cut the lead in half after the conversion is true. 14-7, the Michigan lead, and all of a sudden what looked like a comfortable game for them has gotten quite interesting. See if the Hawkeyes can build off of that with over 5 still to play. Tons of time to mount a comeback. Largest comeback we've seen today is 14 points. Illinois completing it against Michigan State.
Still tons of time, but if you're Michigan, you can't get frantic or try to really play hurry up. Just do what you did in the first half. They had a nice, well-balanced attack, and if they can start finding their way again and going back to their roots that we saw just about 5 minutes ago, they should find success.
Certainly going to be content to slow the pace down. And again, the reason we started at 5 p.m., just to finish that thought. Holy Half this morning, blue gold game in the afternoon for the Notre Dame football team. What a day on campus it's been.
And they saved the best for last, and rightfully so. Big Ten Championship Rugby, this has the most stakes out of everything. The Holy Half, it's a great event. Not going to dispute that. Blue and gold game, of course, the quarterback battle. But end of the day, it is a preseason scrimmage, and it's only offense versus defense now this year. But Big Ten championships, lots to play for.
I mean, you won't find me disagreeing with you, Chris. You might find others, but certainly I'm quite entertained by what I'm seeing out here between these teams. As Loughnane going to try to do it himself for Michigan, picks up the bad hop. Look at the wheels. Shea Loughnane, beautiful. How did he pick that up off the bounce without knocking it on?
I don't fully know. I can't fully comprehend that, but Shea Loughnane, a magician, channels his inner Houdini.
Gorilla glue on those hands.
Yeah. And the greatest part about that is his acceleration, 0 to 60 in the span of about 1.5 seconds. No one can catch him. A great first step. I talked about the response from Iowa. How about this response from Michigan right away? Iowa strikes back, says, hey, we're in this game. Michigan, though, deflates that bubble a little bit. Great run from Loughnane.
I've been waiting for him to make his biggest impact today. He's always noticeable, but finally getting into the try zone. And there was no ball ready. So the time continues to tick. Iowa fans not going to be happy about that one. Usually, especially when the team who is winning scores and you know they want to take their time with the conversion, the refs will just get another ball from the sideline to put in the middle, but they didn't do it here. And so after a long delay, Michigan will finally kick it off with 2:20 on the clock. Loughnane's kick bending into the hands of his teammate. What a play. And down the touchline. That was incredible for Michigan to pull ahead, and that might be the nail in the coffin.
That is definitely the cherry on top. Head coach Christian Mentzer will be very pleased with that one. Former Big Ten Coach of the Year, former first-team Big Ten player back in his playing days at Michigan around 10 years ago. Exactly what he drew up on the boards at practice. His players implementing it now in the game when it matters most.
I think it's Louis Granger with his second try of the day. Look at him jogging back. Actually looks like number 25, not number 23. We don't have a number 25 for Michigan, but whoever with a very impressive catch off the Loughnane kick.
Yeah,
Great
it was
setup.
number 25 confirmed. Unfortunately, we do not have, as Charlie just said, number 25. But when we find out, we will let you know. And the power of YouTube is sometimes we find out on the spot. So maybe if someone can let us know, we would greatly appreciate that. Regardless, though, what a play.
All the rosters that have been provided for today have been filled out by the teams in action, and Michigan is very good at moving the ball here. So they take it away off the kick and already have it by the 5-meter line. And Loughnane going to try to do it with his foot again. It's going to be taken down. Not sure he's going to get the benefit of the call, though. Doesn't look like it.
I could hear Sam Glusker, who's a winger for this Michigan team, near side of your screen, number 11 in blue, yelling for that ball, asking for it to come to him. Wasn't able to get it. Think if they were able to swing it out to him, though, he would have scored.
How about this from Renheimer? Unable to pick it up, and sigh of defeat, especially after such a long run. Michigan playing with advantage right now. And that was Noah Alvarez on the last try, Chris, for Michigan, number 25 in navy blue.
I'm surprised Michigan didn't try to go towards the edge of the field there and then kick it out. They just kicked it right towards the center.
Not sure if they knew the time had expired. Teams will continue to play it out. Drew Snyder gives it off. Rolling towards the touchline and into touch. Great defensive effort. I think it was Alvarez out wide.
Yeah, tug of the short shirt right there, so they're going to call a penalty.
They are. Nearly a great play nonetheless. But Iowa maintains possession. Sam Coville still has it. Down inside the 5. And a knock-on against Iowa as they move within inches of their second try of the game. Not to be, though, and Michigan's going to take it by a 28-7 score. And that is going to conclude Pool A play. Indiana atop the standings with a 3-0 record and a plus 32 point differential. Purdue at the bottom, 0-2-1 with a negative 29 point differential. The Wolverines improve to 1-1-1, and Iowa drops to 1-2. So it'll be Indiana, Michigan, Iowa, Purdue. We don't know yet how that's going to shake out in terms of their seeding 1 through 8. We're going to find out after these next two games. First up, the Illini against the Irish, the two fightings.
There we go. Also a nice jersey matchup. I know you like the white and orange, but
it was nice the first time. It's definitely settled in.
Okay, fair enough.
It was seeing it for the first time, expecting them to be in their orange.
I'm a big fan for these green jerseys from Notre Dame. Then again, green is my favorite color. Not that
trivia question.
Anybody
if I need to remember that?
Anybody cares?
Gonna
Anybody's
write that down?
No one's gonna do anything with that information, but just to let you all know.
That's your sucker for the Notre Dame uniforms. I get it.
Yeah. That was a fun match, though, and I am very, very impressed with how Michigan played. I was expecting that to be much closer than it was. Iowa did come out hot to start the second half, but besides that little flurry for those 2 minutes, it was all Michigan. Head coach Christian Mentzer has built a very formidable program. They're came into the tournament 9-6-1, and they add another win to that tally.
Now Zach Banton for Notre Dame making a move out to the left, down the wing, and that took just 22 seconds for Notre Dame to strike first.
The freshman is something like a cheat code. You give the ball to Zach Banton and you just let him run. Great job from Notre Dame to draw the Illinois defense inside. They allow Banton to have that space out wide, and from there it's a track meet. There has not been a track meet that Zach Banton had in his life that he has not won.
Source unconfirmed, but probable, let's say.
Yes, very, very probable. I'll give it a 99.9% chance of being true.
Guinan knocks it through for the extra 2. So quick start for Notre Dame after Patrick McKenzie picked off the opening kick as they look to rebound after what we thought was a 1-point loss to Oregon. It was actually a 3-point loss. We had missed a conversion from the Ducks. So the final score of Notre Dame's last game was a 31-28 loss. So that puts them at 1-1 with a plus 25 point differential heading into this game. Illinois also at 1-1, but at a negative 14 point differential. So the winner of this game will be the number 3 seed, because no other team can get up to 2 wins. So whoever comes out on top of this game will be the number 3 seed, and it gets much more confusing beyond that with a couple of teams at 1-2. Michigan at 1-1. You don't know how the Michigan State-Oregon game is going to go, but it's a big spot for whoever wins this one to get up to 2 wins, becoming only the 3rd team here to do that. We'll see if Illinois can do just that. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, there is a chance if Illinois does win that Iowa is the 3 seed, Illinois is the 4, but I think we got to live in the moment. Zach Banton again.
Puts it down for his 2nd score of the game, and Notre Dame's offense coming to play. If you think back to their last loss, they have 5 tries in the last 5 minutes. 3 that game, 2 this game.
We need to start keeping a tally about how many tries Zach Banton has. That's 2 in this game. Had definitely a couple in the first 2. No, he didn't play much in game 1, but game 2 he did.
And was impacted that 14-0 Notre Dame. And
Charlie, this is one of the prettiest sights I've seen here at Stinson Rugby Field. I don't know if you could pick it up. I'm going to look at the YouTube channel, maybe when we pan back into the center, but the
full
moon is just breathtaking, man. This is a sight for the eyes to behold.
And it's rising pretty quickly as McKenzie, like a cow, trying to jump over that moon to go get the ball. Comes down with it, but whistle stops play. Penalty against Notre Dame. So we'll see if Illinois, can get the ball into plus territory for the first time in this match. Going to be kicked. May stay in bounds. Doesn't. Just out. Great kick. And the Illini will be set up well inside Notre Dame's half of the field.
Need to be successful with these lineouts. We've seen multiple teams today who have faltered and just unsuccessful in their lineouts. It's really come back to hurt them.
Thinking Michigan especially in their 2nd game against Indiana really had a chance to win that game, but couldn't get it right on the lineouts and cost them, as there's a nice cutback move by Brian Winstead. Jackson Graham fooled completely, and Winstead has gotten Illinois on the board. A big score for them.
Yeah, nice cut. Able to shift on a dime. Jackson Graham not able to tackle him because of that. He goes on his heels a little, and that second allows Illinois to march into the try zone.
But Zach Meyer's kick fades right, so it remains a 2-score game with 2 minutes to go in the first half. But Illinois very much alive, trying to get to 2 wins. Winner of this game will lock up the 3 seed.
And you can see the moon on the stream. That is beautiful. I hope you all can appreciate it.
It's hard to even tell it's the moon, but
oh, wow, what a shot. Shout out to our camera team. I mean, that is a great shot. Almost looks like a, I don't even know what it looks. It's just so majestic.
Zoom out.
So majestic. What's also majestic is Philip Guinan.
Haven't really seen his breakaway speed yet today until now, as Guinan's going to take it about 70 meters. Plays a little bit with his food and then finally downs it for the score.
Terrific from Guinan. He's really coming into his own now in the spring. Mentioned it earlier, didn't play in the fall. He comes from Dublin, Ireland, comes all the way to South Bend, Indiana. Talk about a culture shock. Well, I guess he's still got the Irish, but Dublin to South Bend is, yes, definitely different. And he's a guy who has just totally impressed. Coach Justin Hickey has talked about him and sung his praises in all the coaches' calls we've had with Coach Hickey. Guinan performing very well the opening day here at Big Tens.
Jackson Graham chases the ball down and just barely breaks a tackle as Robbie Rutledge tried to make it happen for Illinois, with some members of the JV team still in attendance for the Illini and a couple of fans below us as well. It certainly has emptied out as the day's gone on. Most of these fans know the big event is tomorrow when the playoffs begin. Right now it's just about determining seeding Zach Banton with space. And he's going to be able to jog it all the way in to end a dominant first half for Notre Dame. This will be their 4th try of the half and their 7th try in the last 9 minutes.
And a dominant half for Zach Banton. That is a hat trick now in this game for the kid from London.
Packard's going to do the kick, and it's good, and that sends us to halftime. Notre Dame in control, 28-5. They lead, looking to be only the 3rd team to win 2 games here today. They will look to hold on when we come back. .23 Notre Dame lead, 7 minutes separating them from the number 3 seed. heading into tomorrow's playoff action. We got one more game for you after the conclusion of this one. Sending us off into the evening, Oregon and Michigan State, with Oregon looking to clinch the #1 seed. If they can win by 11 points or more, they will clinch it. If they win by 10, they'll be tied with Indiana, and then it will be whether the first tiebreaker after head-to-head points and point differential is points for or against. Oregon well ahead in the points for department, but going to also have more points against. Ball is being bounced around like a hot potato. I don't know who the next knock-on is going to be against.
Well, how about that no-look offload from Jackson Graham? We've talked about before, he's got a bit of a fan club in attendance today. There's about 10 to 15 people solely supporting Jackson Graham, and well, he's putting on quite the show for them. Behind the back, no-look offload. You see something new every day.
Didn't quite work, though, and so it'll be a scrum for the Illini, and Jacob Razzo is going to feed it through.
It worked in spirit, Charlie.
When you got a 23-point lead, you can try for the style point sometimes.
Yes, you can. As some substitutions have also transpired over halftime. You can see on the ball is Race Bates, but Zach Banton is one guy who has come off. He had a hat trick in the first half.
I think that's a fair reward for what he's done today. See if Illinois has a response. It's kicked ahead and pursued down the wing, but just heading into touch is Peyton Sirota down the side. Just couldn't catch the edge. Sirota chased down that ball, but just stepped into touch. And so it'll be a line out coming for Notre Dame. Thank our excellent crew behind the scenes for showing the moon. It's the first full moon of spring, which we have found out thanks to some wonderful stats guys in the press box. Unofficial stats guys, that it is the pink moon for the first full moon in spring.
It's also the first day that feels like spring, in my opinion, at least here in South Bend. It's been
I think those are low
freezing
standards too. It was still cold. If we're calling that spring, it was high of 58. I think spring is like you got to get into the 60s. 58 is a cold spring day, let's say.
I'll take it.
I will too. We're getting cold winter days in April. I had my winter jacket on just a couple days ago, earlier this week. How about that kick from Bates to keep it in bounds, but it's rescued and picked up by Zach Meyer.
Regardless if Notre Dame even gets on that ball, it's a good job by Bates because it pushes Illinois' start of attack back, and now they have to work about 10 more meters than they would have had he not done so.
It's a great point as they're going to throw it. It's going to stay in touch, I believe. The side judge has his flag up. I'm not so sure that ball definitely didn't go into touch. I guess the argument is player was in touch and in contact with the ball. Question is who it's going to be against, and it looks like a line out coming for Notre Dame out of all of that. Seen a lot today. The line judges have been subs for these teams that aren't going to get into the game, but for this one, two non-jersey wearing volunteers. And actually, the line judge is explaining to one of the fans why he raised his flag and seemed to get the approval of the fans, so I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Certainly was a close play. Right below us to our left. Tap and go coming for Illinois off the mistake. Sirota going to give it into the middle. Couple more passes. Reese McMillan gave it off. And it's dropped on a kind of scissor play attempt. Ball's still free for now. Finally, it'll be blown dead. 2:10 in the half. And despite no points through the first 5 minutes, Notre Dame happy with that and the big lead, looking to get to 2-1. If this result holds, Illinois would drop to 1-2, and their point differential would be significantly worse than Iowa's, who's also 1-2. And they would be at risk of the second to last overall seed, the 7th seed. That would be if Michigan State were to beat Oregon. If Oregon wins that game, then Michigan State would be the only 0-3 team. They would automatically be the 8. And Illinois would be just ahead of Purdue and the Spartans and fall into the 6. So if Notre Dame wins this game, we're getting this matchup again tomorrow. And we're getting it in the very first game of the day at 10 a.m.
That'll be fun to watch. I mean, Notre Dame looked really dominant, but so far in the second half, it's been a stalemate. Notre Dame, of course, better of the possession, but no points so far, as you said, Charlie. This would also be the 10th win of the year, so Notre Dame would hit double digits on the season if they can see this one out, which
and this is
very
all
probable.
Assuming that Oregon beats Michigan State as well. If that doesn't happen, then it throws a wrench into everything we are saying. That game to follow immediately after this before we step aside for the day, and we'll get back tomorrow. Again, 10 a.m. start for the quarterfinals. We have 12 more games to go after 12 today over on this field. The JV scores are almost all over. Again, at the conclusion of this game, there'll be a QR code on your screen, which you can scan to find those results as it's taken down the left side. And moving in is Peyton Sirota. And Sirota is going to score the first points of the second half. Downs it in the center. And with time expired, we'll cut into the Notre Dame advantage.
Irish not too concerned with that. They just want to see out this victory. As for Illinois, always nice to see a team that just continues to attempt and continues to strive for points even when they're down by big as the time winds down. Got to say, though, credit to Jackson Graham. He had a nice tackle attempt on that try.
Yeah, but it has been his guy that scored both times for Illinois.
Yeah, their first try was really nice.
Both of them were.
Yeah.
The thing about 7-on-7 rugby is there's so many beautiful looking tries,
Yeah.
whether it's long runs or great passing plays, no matter what it is. A lot of aesthetically pleasing scores.
Yeah, and 15's much more in the trenches, gritty plays. You're getting within 5 meters. You're there for 2 minutes, and you just got to kind of punch it in. And then, of course, you have your breakaway plays sometimes, but a bit more far and few between than 7's.
And that's going to do it. Notre Dame 28-12 victory. They move to 2-1 in Pool B. And they have locked up the number 3 seed for tomorrow, putting themselves in position to make a real run at the title. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, the last game of the evening, Oregon, Michigan State, when we return.
Oh.
We're back in South Bend for the last game of the day. These are the only two teams who have not played 3 games as of yet. Oregon 2-0, Michigan State 0-2. If the favorite Ducks win, they will clinch the 1 seed. If it's by 11 points or more, if it's by 10, they'll tie, literal tie with Indiana, both teams 3-0 with the same point differential. And if they win by 9 or less, they'll be the 2 seed. And any loss will make Michigan State the 8 seed heading into action tomorrow. So they're looking to get a win and make it a little bit more interesting. Bunch of teams that just one win. And a quick strike for the Ducks along the far side. That didn't take long. They got a stop, and they turned it into a score. Oregon on the board first in pursuit of the 1 seed.
Oregon have come in from the farthest distance and have been the most impressive team. They have just totally dismantled every opponent. Notre Dame did give them a run for their money at the end of their last game, which was in the second set of fixtures here at Stinson Rugby Field, but they still won at the end of the day. And they still had a very healthy lead for much of that game. Very impressed with what I've seen out of the Ducks.
You know, coming into today, Oregon was definitely the team we knew least about, and we were kind of joking on the way in. Like, obviously, without Penn State, without Ohio State, and even without Wisconsin, the door is really open. We were thinking Indiana probably the favorite. Notre Dame definitely right there with them. You could make an argument for some of the other Big Ten schools, like Michigan had an argument. Illinois had an argument. Even Iowa, perhaps. Oregon, we didn't know. We know that they play out in the West Coast and a lot different format there, more 15-on-15, much different competition, different style of play. Oregon, you mentioned, they're undefeated so far this spring, but not sure how the competition level has been. It's Michigan State trying to make it happen. Get back in this game, trailing 5-0. Just doing whatever they can to hold on to the ball. They're going to commit the penalty, and disaster for them after a good rush up the field. Oregon trying to get to 7-0 this year, and look at that space along the far side, taking it all the way in for the Ducks. And they've scored twice early on and to take a double-digit lead in less than 3 minutes.
That's some downhill running if I've ever seen any. Just so much momentum from Oregon. And Michigan State, you got to feel like that's just such a punch to the stomach. They were right there. They had a great moment. Weren't able to capitalize. Weren't able to finish it off. And then Oregon goes within 2 seconds, the other side of the field, and they score.
I'm learning a little bit about the West Coast rugby game here, Chris. I have to say, I'm very impressed. Notre Dame in the, not Notre Dame, Oregon, excuse me, in the Northwest Collegiate Rugby Conference and championed that 2 years ago in the 7-on-7 format. And the only tournament they've played, they went 4-0 and won. And this year, not this year, but this tournament, they're going to have to do more than win 4 times if they look to win it all. It's going to have to be 3 wins tomorrow, and getting 3 wins today helps that case immensely. So again, if this score holds, it'll be a dead tie atop the leaderboard between the Ducks and the Hoosiers of Indiana, who are also 3-0 with a plus 32-point differential. We don't know whether the next tiebreaker after differential is points for or points against, and whatever it is will determine who is the overall number 1 seed. And again, if this result holds, that team would get to play against this Michigan State team that is yet to come up with a victory through their first 2 contests. Looking to change the narrative here, but they're going to have to make a comeback. Got the ball right now. Robbie Smith is going to be taken down, but he's going to give it off. Lucas Ring, one-handed throw. Passes drop, but backwards. Could stay alive. Ball's kicked around. Look at this nice play. And another try for the Ducks. It's Taishi Kanoiki who made it happen with his legs. And it's 15-0 Oregon.
I love that from Kanoki. One of my favorite things when watching sports is seeing a guy who is just a pest. It doesn't matter what sport, someone who is just so annoying to play against, but awesome to play with. And you can go, you can show examples from every single sport. Right there, that is just a very much a pest type of play. Love to see it.
Yeah, it helps when that pest has great talent too, doesn't it?
Oh, 100%. And Charlie, just to go backtrack on our conversation a little bit, we were talking about Oregon only playing in one tournament. They were 4-0 at the Thunderdome Sevens tournament out in Idaho just a week ago, actually. Beat Montana State, Oregon State, Gonzaga, and Washington State, all indoors. However, they've also played 15s in 2025. That's the one difference about the West Coast. So they kind of split up their season a little bit. They played 4 games, 15s, in February and March combined. So they've played a lot of rugby lately, just not necessarily sevens.
They're certainly in shape, but it's a lot different of a game as those who've watched in the fall and the spring, which I assume as many of our viewers do know. Certainly, you got the more tactical, physical 15-on-15, and this 7-on-7 format paves the way for still some strategy, but certainly the raw talent is more on display in this sort of format. Michigan State committed the knock-on. Oregon had been playing with advantage to now take advantage of on what's likely to be the last possession of the first half. Konoike out wide. Maybe some room for Miguel Mahaffey. Nice offload. And Oregon is running away with it early. They score 4 times in the first half. The most recent one bringing their score up to 22, the chance to make it 24. Just the conversion separating us from halftime in what is all academic here. It's shanked, and so it stays 22-0 heading into half. When we return, the final 7 minutes of today's action. Michigan State needing a big rally. Seven minutes in pool play remaining, and Oregon looking to nurse this 22-0 lead the rest of the way and clinch the #1 overall seed after pool play, and looking to add on to it. And my goodness, was that a run or what? Cormac O'Flaherty just refused to be tackled.
He's a guy we've seen a lot of today. was super active in game 1 for Oregon, had multiple tries in that affair, and now again coming up big in game 3 for them. And it's safe to say Oregon have all but secured that #1 seed for tomorrow.
Again, we're going to assume this result holds, and Oregon clinches the #1 overall seed at 3-0 with a fantastic point differential. Indiana would be the #2 seed at 3-0, but with a slightly worse point differential. Notre Dame in the 3 seed. Michigan in the 4 seed. And what a second-round matchup that would shape up to be if both the Irish and Wolverines were to come out on top in their semifinal matchups.
Yeah,
5 seed looks like it's going to be Iowa with 1-2 record, but a positive points differential. 6 seed would then be Illinois at 1-2 and a rather poor point differential of -30, which is worse actually than Purdue's point differential of -29. But the Boilermakers could not pick up a win today. They're 0-2-1. They're going to be the 7, and Michigan State is going to be the 8, barring a miraculous comeback in the final 5 minutes. So that would mean Oregon and Michigan State in the 1 versus 8 matchup. The 2 versus 7, Indiana against Purdue. The 3 versus 6, Notre Dame and Illinois. 4 versus 5, Michigan, Iowa. Going to be a great event tomorrow. And of course, every single team will play 3 games tomorrow until all of them are individually seeded. And how about that passing play? Ducks strike again. It's Lane Boyd, or Ian Boyd.
Ian Boyd was able to get the offload, the final offload, but before that, about 2 passes before that, Oregon player just dancing around Michigan State. And so many moments of individual brilliance today. See it yet again, but then at the end, teamwork does make the dream work. 2 quick offloads, Oregon strikes and extends their lead.
So Boyd, the freshman out of San Diego, California, just into the game. Number 21 in white, making the play off a great pass. So now it's 32-0 in favor of Oregon, looking to have the biggest win of the day. Currently, that's Notre Dame over Michigan State, 35-7. Spartans just looking to get on the board. They're going to have to take the ball away first. Kronoike dancing. Skip pass. Connects with his intended target. And a whistle is going to stop play for the high tackle. Now a set offensive piece coming for the Ducks. Nice broken tackle for Prentice. Prentice will give it off. Here's Mahaffey. Back the other way for Colin Sweeney. And Sweeney fights forward. Picked up off the turf. Now played to Ben Windjam. Windjam back. Down towards the 5. It is taken away briefly, but another high tackle called. Michigan State just unable to make clean tackles right now. Here's Prentice, Andrew Prentice, spinning. Gives it off inside for another try. And the Oregon bench fired up as some of their substitutes get in and make an impact.
It's always great to see the subs make that impact, especially when they had to travel from beyond the Mississippi all the way at the West Coast. These guys had quite the hike to get to South Bend. We talked about it a bit earlier, but to make that travel, not even knowing if you're going to play, and then you come in, you score a try. It's always a great sight.
So 37-0 now for Oregon. And all 3 of these teams are going to play, all 8 teams, I should say, are going to play 3 games tomorrow until each of them gets a number between the desired 1 and the undesired 8. It'll be the 4 quarterfinal matches, 3 versus 6. Again, that's going to be Notre Dame and Illinois. That's at 10 a.m. Then the 2 versus the 7, Indiana playing against Purdue at 10:20. And it'll be a great matchup, 4 versus 5. Michigan, Iowa, that's at 10:40 before this Oregon team takes on this Michigan State team in the 1 versus 8 at 11. Then after that, it's the losers bracket semifinals. Then the winners bracket semifinals. Then a 7th place game, 5th place game, bronze medal game, and championship game. All on the Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel. Chris and I will be here for that entire day tomorrow, starting at 10 and ending just before 3 p.m. If everything goes according to schedule, which it did today, despite one of the games going a little longer. Credit to these teams and the entire staff that put together this tournament for keeping everything in line. Each game gets allotted 20 minutes. So you got like a minute or 2 at the start, a minute or 2 at the end of each half, and about 2 minutes at halftime to kind of make up those 20 minutes long with, of course, the 7 minutes in each half on the clock of gameplay. See if Michigan State can score. Every team has scored in all of their games so far. And here's a run towards the middle. Nice offload, but it's bobbled. It was nearly a great break, but Brogan Schlesiner's pass could not be gathered in. And the final seconds are going to tick off. And that is going to do it for Michigan State's offensive chances.
Well, Tino Mahaffey, I believe, is down for Oregon. He was the guy who backtracked and was able to stop Michigan State from their counterattack. Trainer is on the field to help him up.
He's going to get up and walk off under his own power. I think that was actually Ryan Boyd, the try scorer. Or no, you're right, 22. Tino Mahaffey.
Yeah, he had a great run just to prevent Michigan State from scoring. So fantastic effort from him. But as you were saying, Charlie, Michigan State not scoring in this one. We did expect a bit of a blowout.
That's what we got. Ball's
Exactly.
kicked into touch. Final whistle sounds. It's a shutout for the Oregon Ducks. They're going to be the #1 seed tomorrow, and they finish the day 3-0. Chris, other than the surprise of these Ducks, any final thoughts?
I want Indiana to turn it up offensively tomorrow. I think they have a great shot if they're able to do that. Defensively, Indiana, best ones out there. Only 17 points against in Pool A. Fantastic work from them. Meanwhile, Notre Dame, I think they're starting to come together. It's just about getting all of their puzzle pieces. Said this before, all their puzzle pieces to fit together. They have a lot of great talents on that team. Now how can they all mesh? If they do that, Notre Dame will be a very hard team to beat. But then again, we've seen with Oregon, well-balanced all around. Really liked what I've seen out of them. It's been a great day of rugby, and I'm looking forward to waking up early tomorrow, Charlie, coming back into the booth and announcing some more games with you.
It's going to be even better tomorrow as it's all playoff action. We will have a champion tomorrow. For the entire crew behind the scenes, Walter Hoffman, Alheli Soriano, Jane Kim, Val Bautista Misakova, and of course, Nick Ruthroff putting it all together. And for my partner, Chris Daly, I'm Charlie Morris, signing off, saying good night from South Bend. Be with us tomorrow starting at 10 a.m. for playoff rugby, where there will be a new champion in the Big Ten Sevens. So long for now, and we'll see you bright and early tomorrow.